that the other person in the video is very visible. It's no question if it's that person in the video, and I can tell the video is pornographic in nature.
So who could be this person bigger than Diddy in this video that's being shot? Just one of many. Jay-Z, Beyonce, LeBron James?
You know what, can everybody just be real quiet for a second? I want to see if we can hear it. No, I don't hear anything at all. Nope. Definitely not hearing LeBron James on the subject of Diddy, which is weird. We're going to actually need to hear from LeBron James on the subject of Diddy because he speaks out about virtually every other topic. Nobody asks his opinion. He gives his opinion. He's lecturing us. He's called the king. So why stay mum on your boy? That's my question.
But they can't control you. You get what I'm saying? They can control Shaq. They can control Charles Barkley. They can control LeBron James. They can control Jay-Z and Beyonce. But they can't control me. You ain't no name, I won't name.
And we didn't know what he was referring to then.
I mean, it is weird when you think about how silent some of the biggest people have been. Which makes you ask the question, how come the DA has not charged anyone else except Diddy? Even though we know plenty of names associated with the Diddy party. I think that only leaves one answer. They're working with the government because they don't want to go down. So I don't know if Diddy's going to get a deal to snitch on people when everybody's already working against him.
It does seem...
The energy sector is rapidly transforming. Renewables are expected to surpass coal as the top global electricity source.
Already working against them.
It does seem that the person isn't like looking into the video, so it to me doesn't seem like that person knows they're being videotaped. It doesn't seem like they're active participants in the videotaping.
So the only other thing that could mean is that Diddy could be working with a third-party source to put this person out with one video, and this is the form of a threat to let people know there's multiple videos out there ready to come forward. And he could be doing this just to threaten it out there. Don't work against me. Don't say anything against me because I got videos on deck. Now, it's just a theory, but you have to think if you were Diddy and you knew this was coming, you had to have put something into play in case people were going to work against you. You had to give them a reason to shut up.
He loves the ability to manipulate and control people. Why? Most likely because he was victimized by his mentor, who loved to control people.
And his mentor was
Andre Rao.
Now, apparently there's also a video of Nicki Minaj and Megan Thee Stallion doing some crazy things. And I would say that sounds ridiculous, but at this point, we know there's tons of tapes floating around, and I'm not sure I could believe anything is unbelievable.
I already know. Maybe that's
Oh! Seen the video. I seen the video. Megan ate the Onika box for the 16 picture. I seen the video. You want to know who got it? Do you want to know who got it? Nosy Ho Live has the videotape of Megan Thee Stallion goes down on Onika. Nosy Ho Live got it.
No, I'm a Nicki fan. I know that sounds wildly crazy, but Jaguar Wright hasn't been sued by Nicki Minaj for defamation. Although Nicki has sued Nosy Ho Live for defamation when she said stuff about her. So I'm not saying anything is true. I'm just putting the information out there for you. And the question is, celebrities have sued people for less. So why has no one came out and sued Jaguar for saying any of the stuff that she's been saying about big-time celebrities at Diddy parties?
But I just wish, to be honest, that the people that are being accused of certain things, they should just step up and be like, yo, they bugging. They don't even get this. Like, you know, this is a very transparent place and world in these days. It's very easy to say, that's not true. I wasn't at that party. I didn't do what they said I did. So being silent is sometimes the loudest thing in the world. If the things aren't true, because I hear the stuff that Jaguar says, and she be on like 10 toes down, like not allegedly. And I've been sued for not saying allegedly. That's why I have this problem I have now. I would think that they could shut that down. So I'm curious now. I'm not saying it's true or not. I'm saying, yo, how come? Like, you did this for nothing. So I'm like, yo, how come nobody's doing anything? Why won't they just say nothing? Like, you know, I'm not calling out for names, but we all know that they say it's nuts. And not just for homeboys, for everyone who's ever caught. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. You know, I'm not going to even hold you. Like, I can't pretend I don't want to know. But I'm saying, like, DiCaprio, and I can tell you stories about that dude later or another time. Like, why do we all have to wait? I don't want to wait. Just tell us what happened. Or tell us it didn't happen. Not just anyone that's being accused of that. Because we definitely want to know, the whole world wants to know. But when people start resigning and people start racing their Twitters, then it just starts to look suspicious and, to make people ask questions.
How come both celebrities have said anything, and the ones that say something are asking the other celebrities to come out and say they didn't go, they didn't do that, they didn't have nothing to do with it. People could be waiting to make sure Diddy cannot get bailed when he tries again, because they might be worried if he comes out, they have to be responsible for what they've said, because he does have powerful friends and powerful secrets.
Let's look at it like this. I look at real plain and simple. Ain't no whistleblower. Facts is there. But right now, I don't care if it's P.I., I don't care if it's Rick Ross, I don't care if it's Jay, I don't care if it's Snoop, I don't care if it's Gang, I don't care if it's Trey. Nobody's stepping up. This man right here, he been involved with the FBI of his career. Shit, he got time for people. One of his partners who started his company with drug money, President Obama, got him out of prison. So, it's not like you don't have no move.
Cow. There's a lot going on out here on the street. I want to know, what do you guys think about this? Make sure you guys like, share, and subscribe here at the Memphis Street Spot. I'm your host, Gigi, and I'll see you guys on another upload. Bye.
Ah, I'll take that. We might find a use for it. I suppose we might as well gather what we can. Here, an enchantment of cold to freeze our foes. I'll save you! Well, that's one way to bridge a gap. Let us cross quickly. Let's get moving. Interesting. I shall have to inform my own master of this. Truly? Allow me, master. This foe shall fall by my hand.
trounced our foe well and true.
We mustn't allow ourselves to contemplate more. Take each trial as it comes. My own master must hear of this tactic. Now that is a surprise. I shan't let them harm you. I suppose we might as well gather what we can.
A lighter pack makes for a lighter heart, it would seem.
I'll hold on to this. After all, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I suppose there can be no harm in bringing this along.
We cannot expect gleaming treasures round every corner.
The cave. Shall we proceed into the depths?
Narrow passages may await us. Be on your guard.
By your leave.
A chest. I'll examine its contents, shall I?
Come to think of it, our ranks have gone unchanged for a while now.
'Tis well to have comrades one can trust.
means of exploiting our enemy's weakness. Out of the cave at last. Such dark depth. Depths take their toll on the spirit.
Yes, sir. Nah, tripping. I can explain that. Today, I'll be reacting to some creepy videos that I have you tossing and turning tonight. Let's get it.
Yes, pray for New Orleans, and then right behind him you can see that there is green dots in the sky.
Indeed. We've no cause for reserve.
And then here's the better video. They're kind of sweeping around. You see the rain flying around. You see the trees pushing down, and you see the one thing sweeping. And then he goes back, looks at it again. The object continues to sweep the ground with the laser. And then it looks like the other ones are firing up the lasers as well. Sadly, the trees are in the way there of getting a good look at these things. Plus, there is a lot of wind and rain, and the visibility is not that good. That is a potential reason why these things may be out there at that time. This weather is going to disguise what they are and what they're doing out there. So
this could be a LiDAR scan to map the area, but I thought they would be doing that in the middle of a hurricane. This makes me want to go up to Home Depot tomorrow with a picture of Molly house and have them color match from 5 gallons of blue paint for my roof.
By a lake with water, near a town with people, a helicopter is seen pouring mysterious things into the water. This is the drinking water for the people. We don't know what the helicopter is putting in the water, but it's definitely not feeder.
I wouldn't be eating any fish that came from this lake until they can confirm whatever they just sprayed is benign. Because I'm not trying to eat catfish nuggets that will turn me into Uncle Fester.
You think that I could be an Illuminati member?
I think you potentially could be an Illuminati member, Dr. Phil. I don't think that you get this amount of power and influence in media coverage without taking a deal.
With who?
The Illuminati. They would come and say, Dr. Phil, we can offer you all the money, we can offer you power, we can offer you influence. You just need to take a deal with us.
Could I be wearing a mask?
You could. Could I get up and look?
No, how are you going to look?
I'm just gonna...
Yeah, go ahead. What do you think?
I think that the technology is so advanced.
Let me tell you, sister, if I was wearing a mask, you wouldn't look like this.
I can maybe see him being an Illuminati puppet, but during the world domination meetings, they definitely make Dr. Phil wait in the car. He's extremely lucky it stopped where it did, because if it would have traveled another 20 feet, he wouldn't have been on the 310 to the unit, he would have been on the 310 to the hospital.
I want to say something that was...
Patient meetings, they definitely make Dr. Phil wait in the car. He's extremely lucky it stopped where it did, because if it would have traveled another 20 feet, he wouldn't have been on the 310 to the unit, he would have been on the 310 to the hospital.
I want to say something that was the weirdest thing I think I've ever heard a politician say.
All right.
It involves Hillary Clinton. So 2 weeks ago, it was the Clinton Global Initiative. The interviewer asked...
Brief final question. You liken yourself to Cassandra. Putting that Cassandra hat on for the moment, what is something you see happening in the near future that we should be taking more seriously?
I said...
Hold on a second.
Look, I looked it up. It says in Greek mythology, Cassandra was a prophetess who could predict the future but was never believed. Her name literally means she who entangles men. The god Apollo, which a lot of people have interpreted as Apollo is Satan, fell in love with Cassandra and offered her the gift of prophecy in exchange for love. Cassandra agreed but then refused to keep her word. In retaliation, Apollo cursed her so that no one would believe her prediction. But what's so weird to me was that she has apparently openly said, I'm like Cassandra.
But she was like all like Cassandra the prophet, and she should have at least been able to predict what would happen with Monica once she got the little thing to the morning coffee to the Oval Office. She completely missed that prophecy.
There's an evil group of people that I call the polyester pirates. And they basically tricked everybody into thinking it's okay to be wearing plastic as clothing. Polyester, nylon, and spandex are all chemically processed plastics, and everybody, especially women's yoga athletic outfits, and everybody's clothes these days are being made of pure plastic. The funniest part about the polyester pirates is these materials originate from one of the most evil chemical companies on the planet, and they're also the chemical company that came up with the most toxic chemicals known to man. They're putting these toxic chemicals in the clothes, causing havoc on people's bodies, leaching chemicals everywhere, and not to mention the fact that they're spreading microplastics everywhere. They're literally messing with people's hormones, and nobody has anything to say about it. I'm fighting back against the polyester pirates and doing everything I can design-wise and to let people know.
This makes me want to go through my closet and check all my closet because for all I know, my entire outfit could be from the Deep Fall collection.
J-Lo's ex-husband claims that J-Lo sacrificed chickens for Santeria rituals. So Johnny Noah married Lopez in February of 1997. When they were desperate to save their marriage, he visited an LA home of the Santeria guru with J-Lo. This is what he was saying. Noah said, quote, "We participated together in sacrifices of chickens and hens, and on one occasion I was present when they were cleansing Jennifer with the blood of the hen, and herbs were passed over her body. Meanwhile, the godmother was asking the gods to cleanse Jennifer and save our marriage," he said. Noah testified that Lopez, quote, "was doing voodoo when we weren't married. She was doing bad things to a lot of people when we were friends. And I knew all this time because we did personally, me and her, to this particular lady." Noah added that Lopez did voodoo and, quote, "all this religious bullshit," unquote, to former lovers, including Sean Puffy Combs. She's been accused of doing voodoo on her ex-boyfriends, dude. Ben Affleck, Sean Diddy Combs, this Johnny guy.
It would make sense because they all look drained and miserable, like they've had the life sucked out of them.
They completely skipped over marriage counseling and went straight for the sacrifice ritual. I know Ben Affleck wishes he heard this story before he married her.
The FDA allows Big Food and Big Pharma to directly bribe them. Why? Simple. Because the FDA is Big Food and Big Pharma. This is the head of the FDA, Robert Califf. Nice looking man, but don't let his aw-shucks appearance fool you. Forbes magazine writes, Califf's industry ties run deep. He worked closely with drug companies in the best way possible, convincing them to do large, expensive, and profitable clinical trials that help prove the effectiveness of major medicines from big pharma companies like Sanofi, Merck, and J&J. But not only that, he was also a paid consultant on the payroll for big pharma companies like Merck, J&J, GSK, AstraZeneca, and Eli Lilly. Califf's largest consulting payment was from J&J to the tune of $87,500. He was so corrupt that Joe Manchin, of all people, tried to filibuster his confirmation. So when experts like this one say that food dyes are deemed safe by the FDA, you gotta know that they're safe because the FDA is paid to look the other way. In fact, the FDA has not evaluated the safety of food dyes for decades. It says right here, Red 40, for example, was last evaluated for health risks back in 1971. That's over 50 years ago. Those scientists out there, don't tell me that science hasn't evolved or learned anything in the last 50 years.
Now it makes sense why the majority of the food at the grocery stores are allowed to have so many questionable ingredients. That would be like El Chapo being hired to be the director for the DEA.
This is
Might I be of assistance?
Jimmy Fallon's Nightmares in Rockefeller Center.
For the DEA.
This is big breaking news that could impact people here on Earth. A Boeing satellite belonging to a multinational service provider mysteriously broke apart in orbit over the past weekend. We're just learning about this just now. According to an official update, the anomaly caused the satellite, known as IF-33E, to be destroyed, resulting in what the company calls a total loss. Now, how did this happen? How could this happen? Did something hit it? Did it just explode? Well, the exact cause of the breakup remains unclear. The United States Space Force announced it is tracking about 20 pieces of debris, but noted there's no immediate threats. Now, this is about 14,000 pounds, the size of a small limousine when it was intact. Now it's in a bunch of different pieces floating around there in space. The satellite did weigh that 14,000 pounds. It was designed and manufactured by Boeing Space Systems, launched in 2016. It provided broadband services, including internet and phone communications to part of Europe, Africa, and most of Asia. That's the information we have right now. Make sure you're following this. Give me the latest to find out more.
This is what happened to the satellite, and NASA might want to reconsider that contract with Boeing to use the Starliner to go to the moon. If I was one of those astronauts, the slightest turbulence would have me thinking it's over.
The elites have underground cities and tunnels all around the world. Watch this.
We actually found it. I didn't think we'd find this cave, but here it is. Hello, who built this? Yeah. Boy, no way. Alright, so we have a choice to either keep going on this level or to go up next time. Whoever made this staircase knew what they were doing. Dude, this is an elevator. Holy crap. Dude, it sounds like there's a tower to it or something. What?
What do you think they're using these secret tunnels for? Y'all let me know in the comments, and as always, stay weird.
I don't know if this is actually a secret tunnel for the elites. It could just be a whole explanation line or something like that. I just know I wouldn't be the person to go better than find out just in case you make it to the bottom of the door or something like an XP or advertising the big possible.
That are on the dollar bills, that are on flags. Take, let's say, in Zurich. In Zurich, you have the headquarters of the Illuminati. The headquarters of World Freemasonry is in Zurich, Switzerland. Over the door of that building is the term Ordo ab Chaos, which means order out of chaos. And Jordan Maxwell and other experts in the subject have talked about that means that the plan of government is to always orchestrate, to engineer chaos in order to create the order, later on. Out of chaos comes the order that people demand, security. All the events that we see down through time, tribulations caused by government, have this.
The eagle with the double head
implying that both sides, both the old world order and the new world order, are being dominated very seriously. And that's what Ian Fleming in his James Bond novels was talking about, that there's a third power over the two, and it's controlling both. And that's the Illuminati. These people are causing, financing, organizing, and directing chaos. And for what purpose? To bring about a new order. To keep you frightened, keep you scared, keep you broke, and keep you on your toes. And while they're keeping this chaos going forward, as you drive by and you see in front of the Sonic Lodges, you'll always see the double-headed eagle perched on a sword, always on a sword. Because they said real power comes from the sword. And that's the way you create chaos, with the sword, with violence.
If this is true, then the order to chaos ratio needs some work, because I've yet to see any order.
When you hear what this man did, you will be shocked, but also horrified about what happened to him after his discovery was leaked. So he was a bit of a scientist and inventor. His name was John Hutchison, and he collected lots of surplus military hardware, and he was running experiments on certain things and uploading videos to YouTube of the results. Now, some of these videos are still on YouTube, and they include 100-pound steel balls levitating off of the table. Also, in real time, he'll take a bar of solid aluminum or metal, and it begins to splinter apart without any heat. He fuses metal spoons to other metal objects, all with frequencies. At least that's what was claimed. He twists up a wrench with frequencies, and you can watch it all in real time. Now, this was his apartment, full of junk. I mean, he was eccentric. He was a kind of an artist kind of guy. You can see all these videos of metal modifying its shape and lifting off of objects. Levitation, we're talking the molecular changing state just with frequencies. Now, the problem is a lot of his experiments defied the laws of classical physics, and uploading those videos on YouTube attracted some attention. In early 2000, his apartment was raided by the Canadian police and some other officials. They confiscated all of his equipment. And since this happened, there's been no more experiment videos uploaded to YouTube, but instead it's bizarre rambling with John taking on a new appearance, and that is the content of his videos now.
His inventions might have actually been legit, which is the only reason why I can see him getting raided for it, so they can seize all the technology for themselves. But they must have put him through some strong MK Ultra to get him to not talk about it, because he came back looking ready for a Motley Crue audition.
Hey, Glamham, it's no secret that this flight pattern has bothered me, and a lot of people flying 2 weeks before Hurricane Helene was announced, mainly because it's around here. So I thought, where else has this special NASA P3 arrived? So go look, and I see it on Ontario, California. So I track it. It seems to be doing some exploring of the Salton Sea, and then definitely seems to be very interested in the area near the Salton Sea. So I think, does NASA have something to do with the Salton Sea? Well, it does, big time. Apparently, since 2008, NASA has had a presence. Now, I'm sure there's tons of biology and geology reasons that NASA would have been there. But I look at this. What is at the bottom of the Salton Sea? I feel, what? Not just any lithium, the world's biggest deposit of lithium in geothermal. Enough to produce batteries for 375 million electric cars. I have no particular direction going with this video. All I know is once again, that is a nuisance.
Let me find out that NASA is spending our tax money to look for lithium deposits instead of working on space exploration. I'm a woo with.
Do you know that they put your face next to NFL football players and it shows how you look exactly like all the NFL football players? Oh my God, no! Want to see it?
I love
I
shit.
didn't see the full video, so this is a surprise to me too.
Look at under the table there. No, see, right there, look. That's you and Tom Brady. Look how you look like Tom Brady. I know.
I'm working on something that I don't.
Do we have to turn off the sound or no?
There's a guy with a beard.
He's the guy who does it.
Yeah, but
Look how he's doing it.
Exactly like Tom Brady.
Look at that. Do people come up to you and think you're Tom Brady?
That's scary.
Has Giselle ever come back?
Look like anybody I want to look like. Oh, hey. Holy Easter.
Wow.
Wow. I'm trying to see what him.
Your soulmate is Tom Brady.
You know that? Isn't that unbelievable? Hey, who are you waving at?
Jerry, real fast.
Do we have
Oh, you real fast.
Tom, Gary, sure changed the subject awfully fast there. See, what I think is going on is if you want to transition from an NFL player to a broadcaster, well, you got to be part of the club. And just like John Elway before and Boomer Esiason, Tom's doing it. And guess where Tom is now? Tom's broadcasting. But I'm sure I'm just seeing things crazy again because I am a conspiracy guy and I have a wild imagination and I just like to entertain. Entertainment only.
Gary Brady would have to be the most multi-talented human on this planet to win 7 Super Bowls and still find time to act in all those movies.
It's a hybrid, and that's something very important because I believe they are experiments. What kind of experiments? Why? I don't know. When we have a physical body and
wild, Tom's
that's like anybody I want.
Exactly like all the NFL football players. Oh my God, no! Want to see it?
I love you.
I didn't see the full video, so this is a surprise to me too. Look.
Look at under the table there. No, see? Right there, look. That's you and Tom Brady. Look how you look like Tom Brady. I know.
I'm working on something.
Do we have to turn off the sound or no?
This is the guy with the beard. He's the guy who does it.
Yeah, but look how he's doing. Look at Tom Brady.
Look at that. Do people come up to you and think you're Tom Brady? Has Giselle ever come back?
Looks like anybody I want. Oh, right.
Wow.
Wow. I'm trying to see what him.
Your soulmate is Tom Brady.
You know that? Isn't that unbelievable? Hey, who are you waving at?
Jerry, real fast.
Do we have
Oh, you real fast.
Tom, Gary, sure changed the subject awfully fast there.
Yeah, he ain't
See, what I think is going on is if you want to transition from an NFL player to a broadcaster, well, you got to be part of the club. And just like John Elway before and Boomer Esiason, Tom's doing it. And guess where Tom is now? Tom's broadcasting. But I'm sure I'm just seeing things crazy again because I'm a conspiracy guy and I have a wild imagination and I just like to entertain. Entertainment only.
Let him side by side.
Gary Brady would have to be the most multi-talented human on this planet to win 7 Super Bowls and still find time to act in all those movies.
It's a hybrid, and that's something very important because I believe they are experiments. Some kind of experiments. Why? I don't know. When we have a physical body and we can analyze that physical body and prove that something, an intelligence is behind this experiment. Do you think the phenomenon is good or bad or both? Do you think it's a little mixture of both, or is it all good or all evil? What do you think? I don't think it's good or evil. I think they have their own interests. I think they are not interfering, nothing. They are probably taking some people, some analyzing. I think they are doing their own experiments for their own agenda. The ranks and the feet. Okay. The feet cases have noted the wings. We have an X-ray or description of an X-ray.
This is like if Tinkerbell had a baby with Nosferatu.
Here's something no one's talking about. Trees and land absorbed almost no CO2 last year. And the consequences of that is not just devastating, but it's something most scientists haven't even factored in to their climate models. Just look at what's happening in Finland. You see, humans emit a bunch of carbon into the atmosphere each year. But thankfully, about half of all of our emissions is absorbed by the planet's oceans, forests, soils, and other natural carbon sinks. And carbon sinks being a phrase that scientists use to describe something that absorbs more carbon than it releases. But shockingly, this preprint study found that in 2023, Earth's land as a CO2 sink almost dropped to a net zero, the lowest it's been in over 2 decades. And it also showed that because of that drop, and we'll get into the reasons why, the ocean actually increased in CO2 absorption to compensate. And while that absorption plays a critical role, it also presents several dangers. One of which we just saw with Hurricane Helene in Milton, because the more carbon the ocean absorbs, the warmer they become, which then contribute to more and more extreme weather events. And what's happening in Finland is one of the craziest examples of this, W stuff. They have one of the most ambitious net zero targets in the world. with aims to reach that target roughly 15 years ahead of other European countries. But despite cutting emissions by a massive 43% across all other sectors, because the amount of CO2 that their forests absorb in particular has declined by a staggering 90% from 2009 to 2022, Finland's net emissions are about the same levels as they were in the 1990s. It's as if nothing happened for 30 years. And this paper cited similar declines in regions around the world, like Europe, North America, and Southeast Asia, but most severely affected the Amazon rainforest. Shockingly, a severe drought towards the end half of 2023 forced the region to switch from being a carbon sink to becoming a net carbon source. Now, honestly, the truth as to why this is happening is not fully understood, but 2023 was the hottest year on record, and researchers at least currently believe that these declines are primarily attributed to drought, wildfires, and heat waves. Hopefully what happened in 2023 could be temporary, and we could see a bounce back. And they say it is critical we do, because any hope of reaching net zero is impossible without nature.
And Earth will bounce back as soon as we stop messing around with the natural process. There's been so much weather modification on top of all the pollution. Even the trees had to take the year off. I need a break. I don't know what to tell you.
In 2021, a fisherman known as Sauce 90 began having these bizarre and mysterious encounters while on the ocean. And after going viral with several videos, he disappeared from the internet. Now just recently, Sauce 90 began uploading videos once more of these mysterious encounters of what people believe to be evidence of the existence of mermaids. It all began with him hearing strange vocalizations at night in the middle of the ocean.
Where are you? This is crazy. I heard it. I hear it. Crazy.
In this particular video, if you pay close attention, you can hear what sounds like some sort of vocalization, as if this creature, whatever it is trying to communicate with him. It is a popular belief that mermaids try to lure people in by singing or enchanting sailors, and I guess this is exactly what was happening with Sauce 90.
Can you hear me? That's dark though. Hey yo, you hear that? I know what that is. Follow me to end. Oh, that's a dark though?
Just a couple of days after, Sauce 90 goes back to his commercial fishing trips, and on one dark night, he finds a mysterious bone on the ship's deck. After posting the picture to Instagram, there were many internet users saying that this is possibly the tale of a mermaid. Now, being someone with a certain level of expertise on marine life, Sauce 90 is unable to identify the bone, so he takes it to an expert.
I got a call back from the Whaling Museum, and they had an expert there who was willing to talk to me about the bone that I had found. Everybody's saying I haven't seen nothing like it. Usually the bones that come up are like vertebrates and stuff, but nobody's seen anything like this.
If you found an actual mermaid bone, you should have posted it online, because the government is about to take him for a trip and not to Disneyland.
Why this?
To take him for a trip and not to Disneyland.
Why this is so important is it's the most or it's the first time that the American public gets to see a bona fide designated UFO or UAP. They mean the same thing, but from a conflict zone. The American public has a right to know. They also have a need to know. UAP is designated at a much higher level than just safety of sight. There are bigger concerns about UAP, concerns that deal with the idea of weapons of mass destruction. Do these objects, do they carry payload? Who's operating? What's the origin? What's the intent? None of those questions have been answered to the American public. So the first thing Pentagon can do is start being honest with the American public. They can tell them about the Mosul. They can tell them that this is not unique, it's happening every day. And they can tell them that the Mosul or is designated UAP and is under active investigation. There's no reason they can't do that.
We got a better chance of ET himself pulling up to a Chick-fil-A drive-thru line and a flying saucer than the Pentagon telling us.
Prophet just announced some big updates to Claude today, including computer use, as in let the AI use your computer. Move the mouse around, click it, type. Right under the announcement here, letting developers direct Claude to use computers the way people do. Looking at the screen, moving the cursor, clicking buttons, typing text. How it does this is by taking screenshots constantly of the screen and sending it back to their API in real time. Remember that whole Microsoft recall thing where we were letting an AI tool on all Microsoft laptops like take screenshots of your screen in real time and send them off to the AI? And we all freaked out about the privacy implications, so Microsoft took giant steps back from that. Well, yeah, that, but now Claude, and it can click instead of just take the screenshots. Joseph's an AI security researcher and a buddy, and he points out some really good points about, hey, this is going to be a whole new attack surface for prompt injection. So your AI computer use bot is going to do some research, stumbles across a website that has a prompt injection sitting in it. It's going to read it, and your website could then direct your bot to do something different that you didn't tell it to do that it told it to do. I'm not one of those anti-AI guys or anything like that, but this one's going to be a hard feature to put enough guardrails around so that it doesn't get misused. Follow more cybersecurity news.
Letting AI have full control over your computer, what could possibly go wrong?
Ariel, what the?
It's all fun and games now, but if you wake up in the middle of the night and you hear somebody shuffling through the knife drawer, you better call the SWAT team. If that was the video, guys, don't forget to sub up, hit that notification bell, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Chris Brown has been dragged into the Diddy stuff in regards to the freak offs with this new documentary that has been released. Hey guys, it's Marlon Morali. Hope you guys are all doing well today. Back again with another video. If you have not subscribed, guys, click that button for daily and consistent content. Comment down below, give this video a thumbs up, and let's go straight into this video. Now, to be honest with you, what I find so funny about this is that I don't see major blogs covering this, and I really don't understand why, because this came out earlier today, a good 15 to 16 hours ago, whatever you want to call it. But Chris Brown, A History of Violence is what it's called. It premiered on Sunday, October the 7th at 9 p.m. ET. In the new documentary, it's been alleged multiple women come forward and detail their alleged experiences with the R&B singer, including a Jane Doe who claims that he R-worded her in 2020 on a P. Diddy's yacht. Basically, freak-off parties were happening, on his yacht, his houses, white parties everywhere, and this is basically one of the celebrities who's been accused of. Even coming forward as Jane Doe, some people still find out who I was. An anonymous woman says, adding that she received death threats after the incident. Coming forward with this now, I just hope I can shed light on what really happened. Jane Doe says in the documentary she had just moved to LA to pursue a dance career when she took a trip to Miami with a friend in 2020, December. While she was there, she claimed she got a call on December 30th from someone she knew who invited her to Sean Diddy Combs' yacht. When she arrived, Doe realized that Chris Brown was there and thought it was a sign that he could maybe be able to help me or guide me or give me some advice. We had talked and he had handed me a drink. I'm not even sure. This is when my memory starts getting a little bit weird. I don't remember if I saw him pour it, but I just drank it and he just hands me another drink. As I'm standing there, I just start to feel tired and my body was feeling a little heavy.
Get ready for Halloween fun in our women Halloween fairy costumes. This glittery strapless mini dress is perfect for any party. It comes with fairy wings for an extra magical touch. Great for foreplay. This outfit is enough.
To feel tired and my body was feeling a little heavy. In the documentary, Brown's attorneys say that Doe's claims were completely fabricated, a lie, and a rep for Brown has not responded. An attorney for Diddy, who is currently in jail facing trafficking and racketeering, also declined to comment. Jane Doe claims that Chris Brown then brought her back to her bedroom. I remember I did lay back and I'm like, why can't I get up? Next thing I know, he was on top of me and I couldn't move, and I said no, and then I felt him. Next thing I knew, he was inside of me. Jane Doe, in tears, alleged claims that he ejaculated inside her and I was completely disgusted.
She then claims that he grabbed her phone and texted himself on it. Most girls, I think, would be happy. I didn't want that. This is not what I wanted. After the alleged incident, Jane Doe continued to speak to the Run It singer to get more clarity. She says, it wasn't until she went to therapy that she claims she came to terms with calling the incident an SA. I know it for a fact. Instead of telling myself that it wasn't, it was the R word. Jane Doe says in the doc that a legal team reached out to her to build a case, but a judge ultimately dismissed the case without prejudice in 2022, citing a lack of prosecution according to court documents obtained by People. Intriguing. Her lawyers dropped her when police uncovered text messages between her and Chris Brown after the incident happening. However, People confirmed one of the Doe's lawyers, Ariel Mitchell-Kidd, is representing her again. In a statement, Mitchell-Kidd says, I adore my client and I believe what happened to her was true. I feel that I failed her as an attorney because I couldn't make her comfortable enough with me in such a short period of time when she felt 100% comfortable being forthcoming with me. Elsewhere in the documentary, another woman called Lizzie Ann speaks about an alleged experience with Brown and that she was invited back to his hotel room in Las Vegas after one of his shows and he allegedly punched her in the face. When I saw Chris Brown, he was acting weird, very weird, and I decided to grab my phone and take a picture of him. Once I got my phone, he saw me with my phone, Chris Brown punched me in the face, security grabbed my phone and I got escorted out. The two settled the case privately because of course she took it to court. So this is a documentary that's come out about Chris Brown that, a lot of people are speaking about and, other blogs are not picking this up. So do I think this is true? I honestly do. That's my personal opinion. I do think that Chris Brown probably did do this on Diddy's yacht because, he was mentioned in one of the lawsuits a while ago. So was Usher as well for the fact that he witnessed Cassie being beaten and did not care. And this happening on Diddy's yacht, again, makes sense to me. We know there's freak ops. We know celebrities do stuff. We know that it goes this way. So I'm surprised that Chris Brown has officially been dragged into the mess. With Diddy's name being in it, it definitely gives it more credence. Once again, this shifty lawyer, Ariel Mitchell-Kidd, who had a lawyer a couple of years ago, but now is re-representing her again because she didn't do a good job before, but is now wanting to do a good job, does not make any sense to me. It sounds weird, it's shifty, and I don't understand this lawyer. I just feel like her last client, she didn't get on with him, and they were beefing each other, so she had to drop it. Then she said she's in so much media run about how she's seen stills from tapes that are being shot in Hollywood. I just find her to be very odd. She's also tweeting about the game and how he's involved in the freak-offs, which you wouldn't be doing as a lawyer. You would want to be more professional. I don't know about this lawyer, and I just feel like whenever her name is dropped anywhere, it doesn't give me integrity in the story. Unfortunately, that's just the way that she's behaved. I just don't think that. And she might completely disagree, but I just think that certain things are a bit weird, and something in the buttermilk is not clean when it comes to her work or what she represents or etc. I just feel that there's a certain code of conduct and behavior on social media that you must carry on if you are a lawyer, and especially representing these alleged victims, because the way you behave can sometimes impact the validity and belief of the victims, alleged victims, when it comes to what people think. That's just how I see things, and I just feel like the lawyer is just a bit bizarre to me. But anyways, girls being R-worded on Diddy's yacht, I absolutely believe took place. And I do believe that Chris Brown probably did something about it, and people just accept him for being very troublesome and therefore give him a pass. And therefore just let it, and just ignore it. And it's not about Rihanna. It's about multiple colorism claims. It's about multiple other women coming forward, even in the past couple of years. So this documentary, of course, is intriguing to me. A lot of people have reacted to this documentary saying that they just simply don't care about it and that they should basically just throw it in the trash because nobody's intrigued, nobody's here for it, nobody cares. That's their reaction to it. Now, CEO Abercrombie Mike Jeffries from the Abercrombie & Fitch company, he has decided to plead not guilty to all claims, and he's going to be fighting this. Now, I believe he's an 80-year-old man anyway, so I don't even know what he's going to be fighting for or how long he would have in jail, probably the rest of his life, and that's probably why he wants to live his last 5 to 10 years peacefully, but of course, it's not going to be going that way. Of course, he will plead not guilty. I can't imagine him being guilty to any of these claims, but, when you have multiple young boys coming out and speaking out about X, Y, Z and everything they've been through, then I genuinely feel like he doesn't have much of a case, considering what he and his associates are facing. But all three of them have officially pled not guilty, and I wanted to just add that to the video because I feel like if we're carrying and covering the Diddy case, we also should be, following up on other people like perhaps Lil Durk, Mike Jeffries, other individuals who are being arrested for similar stuff. because it looks like it's happening to other people. Some kind of purge is going on. I don't understand. Since Diddy was arrested and taken to behind bars, 12 music executives resigned the next day. And we have so many of these music executives, or just CEOs in general, who are being arrested for shocking crimes. So it could purely just be a coincidence, or Cat Williams was right in January that this was the year of exposure, and best believe this year is not over yet. We still have 2 whole months and the last couple of days of October. So let me know your thoughts, guys, when it comes to this video. Do subscribe to the channel, I would appreciate it. It's just one click to subscribe, that's all you guys have to do. Comment down below, give this video a thumbs up, and I'm really enjoying Sicily. I am trying my best to film a vlog for you guys because I really like to enjoy my downtime, but at the same time, because I am privileged enough to travel a lot, I do want to share that with you guys as well. Do subscribe, comment down below. Sorry if it's a bit too dark in here right now, and I'll catch you guys soon for another video.
Hi everyone, I'm Sloan from SloanBella.com, and I am back with another energetically channeled musical celebrity video. Geez, that was interesting. Okay, we're gonna go forward. I'm leaving that in. I'm gonna come up here and do this to make the camera work because it does it. I've been filming this like 7 times in a row. That has not happened. Back on point. I'm doing the video about Liam Payne, born on August 29th of 1993. This young man was barely 31 years old, and he passed away, as I said, on October 16th of 2024, and he somehow ended up outside of his hotel window and passed away from the injuries that he had as a result of that. We don't quite know what happened. You and I aren't going to know what happened because it's really none of our business. But on an energy level, it struck me so quickly and in such a way that I want to start this video a little bit differently. The first words I heard when I heard about it, and immediately it red flagged my mind. But the first words I heard are, I can't believe she left. I can't believe she left. I kept hearing that, and I'm assuming that it has to do with the girlfriend that he was dating at the time. Something about, I can't believe that she left. And I don't feel that this actually had anything to do with them, like, arguing, fighting, or not being there. Just, I can't believe she left. So there was something about him having to stay and her not wanting to stay. Now, I know that the implication is he wanted to stay because he wanted to stay for no other reason, but that's not what I'm picking up. I feel like there was an imperative need for him to stay there because there was something else that had to be put into action in order for things to work out the way that they were supposed to, and this didn't happen. This was a setup, is what I'm saying. And the reason I'm saying it's a setup is because he was cajoled into staying there. Not because he was a crazy drug addict. He thought, I'm just going to keep partying because whatever. That had nothing to do with it. This is a different kind of energy coming around him. The energy is from somebody who is very masculine and very dominant. And by the way, I hear the words, my father knows. So I feel like he confided a lot in his father, and I feel like his father has an instinct about what really happened versus what is being said happened. Those are 2 different things. A lot of times, when you're grieving the death of somebody, you actually have to play things out and work through different scenarios because you are not given the information, and obviously, unless somebody was right there, they don't know. My father knows. So the dad has an instinct about what happened, and it's probably very much on point. Now, when I go back to Liam's chart, he's born on August 29th of 1993, as I started out saying. The ascendant is Scorpio rising, with Pluto in the 1st house, and we have a conjunction the ascendant and conjuncting the North Node. That right there, when activated, will take him off the planet. In other words, and it's super interesting because the North Node is in Sagittarius, whereas his ascendant is in Scorpio. So halfway through, because he's a 15-degree, 21-second Scorpio rising. So by the time he was, 15, 16, he had gone into that Sag rising, and that's probably the part that people really enjoyed about him, was the fun side. But the North Node in Sagittarius, conjuncting that Pluto, means when it's time to go, you're going to go like that. Whatever it is, you will disappear off this planet so quick because of that North Node in Sagittarius. And usually, we don't leave until our North Node is activated, in a sense. Now, he has Mercury conjunct the Sun. It's actually combusted 6 degrees and 6 degrees. So they're right on top of each other. That gave him even more good time, because being a Virgo, you're already cheeky and quick. But with Mercury conjuncting your Sun up there in the 10th, 11th house, you're really, really quick, okay? Because it's your ruling planet traveling with the essence of who you are. This gave him a really kind of visionary way of seeing things, and an over-analytical and critical sense of self to self. So always judging himself, always over-analyzing, always ruminating, doing this kind of thing. Now, what's even more interesting, and let's say this, I've got to say this right now, there is a karma tie to the father's side of the family. We would say this with all kids born into all families, right? Like you got a mom and dad, siblings, so obviously everybody knows each other from a past life. That is kind of how it works. But in this particular instance, the tie to the father's side of the family, and my father knows, the tie to the father's side of the family is what's really so extraordinary about this, and was coming through at the moment that he was born. So there's elements of Liam's early life childhood that are really reflective of the past life with the father. So he carried into this lifetime an experience that he had with the father in the past life. And here's what's super interesting about this. I immediately get most recent past life where Liam and his father may have been at odds to a degree, but in this life we're not at odds. However, being a Scorpio rising, he is mother dominated. This is what I told you about Scorpio risings. They are learning about the Earth's energy. So what goes on underneath everything? Like, we're told stuff, but what's really going on? So what is in the plumbing of a person's emotional nature? What goes on behind the walls? You walk into a house, you see walls. What's really going on through the pipes? So Liam was very interested in understanding the manipulations and observing those types of things. Now, I was not supposed to be gone. In other words, there was something holding him to that hotel. And I still can't believe she left. The girlfriend, and this is, under no circumstances am I saying it's bad she left. He can't believe that she left. This is something in him. This seems to come from...
We're not here to follow the old rules of money. We're here to write the new ones. And when you money like us, we all win. Money like a woman.
Maybe an ego perspective. Now, he is a Venus in Leo. That's why he looks the way he did. That's how he picked women, the way that they look, real attractive women, and the way that they look. So it's Venus in Leo, right? But, and Mars in Libra, Jupiter in Libra, it's so interesting because that was being activated by the Grand Cross that's happening. And we're not done with this story yet. We're not done. It's going to take a little while, but we are not done with it. Now, obviously, like a lot of you, I felt very weird when this happened, because this is the problem.
Ever since Diddy got arrested, people have been looking at his close friends, waiting for an explanation. One of those men that people were expecting to hear from was no other than Jamie Foxx, as Diddy and Jamie seem to have been very close friends who loved to party together. But since the arrest, Jamie has stood awfully quiet when it comes to Diddy. While the world points their fingers at Jamie, questioning his silence, it turns out that Jamie isn't staying quiet just because he possibly was involved. He's doing it because allegedly Diddy tried to have him taken out. Hey guys, I hope all is well. Welcome back to The Truth Is, where I drop new videos every other day exposing the truth. In today's episode, we will be talking about Jamie Foxx confirming Diddy tried to take him out. Let's get right into it. Recently, we have been seeing which celebrities are hiding their involvement with the Diddy freak-off parties. All the people that were always hanging out with Diddy, bragging about how wild his parties were, are now acting like they have no idea what a Diddy party even is, even acting as if they never met Diddy in the first place. The reason most of these guys got their mouths shut is because they are afraid of being exposed. They saw what Diddy was up to at his parties and participated in the foul behavior. If they speak out and say what they saw, they have to explain how they know this, which would only confirm their involvement. This is the case for just about everyone who was once close with Diddy. When it comes to Jamie Foxx, that might not only be the reason he's not talking though. According to people who were around Jamie Foxx, there's a whole other reason why Jamie isn't talking about Diddy. The main reason Jamie seems to be quiet about all of this is because he's allegedly one of the people who snitched on Diddy to the feds. If we look at Jamie Foxx's relationship with Diddy, we see that it goes back many years. Diddy and Jamie met so long ago that Jamie was still an up-and-comer. The reason they even met was because of Diddy's wild parties, with Jamie conning his way into one of Diddy's parties, pretending to be a cameraman. According to Jamie, the first time he actually met Diddy was at one of his parties when he offered to film it for Diddy. Diddy agreed and granted him access to his party. Jamie Foxx talked about this in his old clip where he explained just how wild those parties were.
I'm like, damn, crazy, man. So what I did was, I would show up to the party in my little town car. It's town, I grabbed a town car so I could skirt. Trucks, SUVs, rollers, Bentleys, the whole lot. We get out. I get out too with a camera. The big camera, like, yo, pup, I can document you. There was something like, what was the summer? I should get this, man. You won't find the whole lot. Yeah, let it through. So I get it was like a little camera dog, and it was a big intrusive Canon. I had a battery pack. Hold on, man. Let me tell you the fact. Put my light on there. Do that again, I missed that one. Do that again, put the pack. So I started following him. So I followed him the whole time. I remember watching Puff at the Beverly Hills Hotel, filming, and it's a pool party that is ridiculous, man. And I look up and I see Dr. Ruth. I don't know if you know who that is. That? I think Dr. Ruth, could you please come over to the camera and shop? I need to come meet him. I get this on my camera. Dr. Ruth of Puff at the Beverly Hills Hotel pool, dance, doing their thing, right? And you know what they dancing to? Over in the corner, God bless, it's Heavy Diddy. Under the rail, and they were listening to a demo. You know what the demo is? Like, run that back. That's the one right there. That's going to be the one. You just need to set the ordering up the champagne, the whole nine. Country, get this. If you call me country, I'm going to say, country, get this. So still it, that's the one. That's the record right there. Run it back. So Dr. Ruth Puff dancing, right? All of a sudden I get this, and then I'll put the camera this way. There's the me more and some young dude. I don't know who do this. So I said, that's the problem there. What's the young cat? And I said, it's the cool. So I asked Demi Moore, is it cool? She said, sure. It was probably a while later. So I watched when they first, got together. So what happened was, I'm following Puff and his parties were like amazing. I feel down cars, same business. I went, well, Puff say this party. This part right here? $1.5 million.
As you see for yourself, Jamie tells us their relationship started over the Diddy parties, which we now know are the freak-offs. Jamie Foxx definitely attended many of those parties and witnessed all the disturbing acts and said and did nothing about it. In fact, it was even reported that Jamie and Diddy had their own strange parties going on. It was rumored online that Jamie and Diddy used to hold something called a bucket basketball game, where Diddy, Jamie Foxx, and other celebrities played basketball closeless. The rumor started after a girl posted this TikTok claiming that her mother worked with Jamie Foxx and witnessed these parties back in the day.
He's never going to talk about the Jamie Foxx basketball game, but since he's talking about it, I'm going to talk about it. Before I do, though, everything in this video is alleged, and for entertainment purposes only, I have to say that. Also, I value my own life. I'm so serious when I say that. I value my own life, okay? Because Diddy likes to do it. So, back in the 90s, my mom nicknamed Jamie Foxx. Like, if you take the O as name and replace it with a U, that's what she used to call him. But to him, it's just like a ha-ha joke. Because he used to so many guys and girls in Hollywood. And he used to have these things called Get Back to Me, okay? He would invite over a lot of, like, Hollywood leads to his house for a basketball game, but it's men only, And they would be like, oh, we're just gonna get hit and play basketball. It's like, oh, how let's get basketball together, which is weird. And this happened in the 90s. So a lot of your like favorite celebrities were there.
As you heard for yourself, this woman claims that Jamie was definitely involved in these freak-out parties. While this is simply an allegation made by a random girl, the rumor has stuck, with recently the interviewer Art of the Dialogue asking Tyron Turner, who was close friends with Jamie Foxx, about these parties. Tyron seems to stutter a bit, trying to deny it, only to basically confirm the rumors to be true.
Man, but looking at this Jaguar Ray interview, she also alleged that Jamie Foxx been having naked basketball games at the show. Is there any truth to that?
Wow. So let me tell you, let me clear something. First of all, who in the hell will have a naked basketball game? That's not accurate. Nobody have a. So explain. First of all, I remember a basketball game, right? I do remember a basketball game, but I remember Jamie being working on a film called Jarhead. Wasn't nowhere around. When the situation was at bay. But so listen, so after basketball game, when you finish after basketball game, it wasn't like dudes and it's just playing basketball next. No, it's just like how when you play basketball and court. So say you got some girls and some guys in the court, and you miss somebody like this. You try to take off the shoe string, you try to take off everything with you because you know it's the game. So it really was a game of course. Like, oh, if you miss something, take the top off, or not nobody just going outside playing that basketball. You just whoever it is, whatever it is, going out with someone hands. You have to see, you have to feel the basketball, right?
As you heard for yourself, even though he denied the rumor, he pretty much goes on to confirm it when he claimed that Jamie did indeed host games of course where people would remove items of clothing if they missed their shot. He claimed that it was only done in a joking manner and that women were there too. Honestly, all I got from this was a confession, confirming that Jamie did host parties where they played basketball clothing. As you can see, Diddy and Jamie have been good friends for many years, a friendship that was holding up strong up until last year in 2023. What ended the friendship, you may be asking? Well, it could have something to do with Diddy, allegedly trying to take out Jamie Foxx. Most of you should remember Jamie Foxx's health scare back in 2023, when out of nowhere, during the middle of him filming a movie, Jamie Foxx ended up becoming extremely ill. He was rushed to the hospital, and for several months, no one knew what was going on with him. Rumors started to circulate about his unknown illness, with most people believing he had some sort of stroke. Eventually, after several months, Jamie made a return, posting this video, declaring he was feeling better, which only made people more suspicious, as in the video, not only did he not look like himself, but he also seemed to be very mysterious regarding on his illness.
First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody that prayed more and significantly. I cannot even begin to tell you how far it took me and how it brought me back. I went through something that I thought I would never ever go through. I know a lot of people were waiting, they were wanting to hear the updates, but to be honest with you, I just didn't want you to see me like that, man. I want you to see me laughing, having a good time, partying, cracking jokes, doing a movie, television show. I didn't want you to see me with two running out of me and trying to figure out if I was going to make it through. And I cannot tell you how great it feels to have your family kick in such a way. And y'all know they kept it airtight, they didn't let nothing out, they protected me. And that's what I hope that everyone could have in moments like these. Now, by being quiet, sometimes things, get out of hand. People say, what I got, people said I was blind, but you can see, if you see the eyes are working, they're fine. Said I was paralyzed, I'm not paralyzed. But I did go through, I went to hell and back.
Do it faster. Do it easier. Do it better.
Said I was paralyzed, I'm not paralyzed. But I did go through, I went to hell and back. And I was recovering, I had some hospital. I shall know. They have their uses. I'm coming back, and I'm able to work. I want to thank people that let me work. I just want to say that I love everybody. All the love that I got. And then, they talk about now he's into the room.
As I say, 'tis the weather that makes the West.
If you see me out for now and every once in a while, I'm dispersing the kids because it's been tough when I was sick, man. But now I got my legs under me, so you can see me out. But like I said, I just want you to remember me for the jokes that I crack, the movies that I make, some of them good, some of them ain't. I think I got a good one out. The songs that I sing, man. And then, some people talking about I'm cloning. Well, check this out. Just kidding. I'm not a clone, man, but I'm doing the earth because I'm great people and doing this for God, man. So I love all y'all. I just want to jump over here and let you know. Thanks,
To this day, most people never knew what really happened to Jamie. Well, that wasn't so recently. Just a couple days ago, we finally got some answers regarding what happened to Jamie last year. These answers came from his former bodyguard who stated some wild remarks. According to Big Homie CC, he claims that he knows for a fact that Diddy tried to poison Jamie Foxx, claiming that this even led to Jamie Foxx calling the feds on Diddy.
You can probably look it up right now. By the time this interview drops, this is going to be out in the future. These people poison people. I've been poisoned 3 times. Why am I testing positive for silence? You feel me? Why do I had pneumonia 3 times? So people like, man, why he breathe like this? Because I only got one lung. And then I had a car crash, I got one nostril, 100 blocks. And I only had pneumonia 3 times. Somebody been trying to poison me. My brother got poisoned with me. The little lady I was bodyguard, she got poisoned. Well, somebody is just carrying on these answers. Jesus said.
Is there any idea why I didn't even want to poison him?
You get called to testify. If you on camera and some of this footage, and you want to make it a little bit easier for yourself, it's ways in this industry people go about doing things.
As you heard for yourself, Jamie's bodyguard claims that Diddy was behind what happened to him back in 2023, claiming that because of this, Jamie even called the feds on Diddy. He claims that he knows this for a fact, which means he is not making an allegation. He stated that this is the truth. He even goes on to claim that they have tried to do this to him as well. What's interesting is that he even mentioned getting pneumonia after being poisoned, which, if you guys remember, is the same thing that people believe happened to Kim Porter, who many people think Diddy had set up. Ever since Jamie made his return, I don't think I've seen him a single time near Diddy. This further confirms what his bodyguard just stated. Now, I kept digging into this to see if I can find any more information on this. What I found is true, only further confirms what Jamie's bodyguard stated. Recently, Jamie Foxx has started a comedy tour for Netflix where he has been saying some very interesting things. According to several blog sites like Media Takeout and The Ricky Smiley Show, Jamie has been making some wild allegations about Diddy on his tour. According to the report, Fox alleges that he was drugged by Diddy. While at first this may have sounded like just another joke a part of the show, Jamie quickly made it known it wasn't a joke, as when fans began to laugh at him, assuming it was just another joke he was making, Fox paused and gave a serious look to one of the fans, making it clear that he wasn't joking.
Well, there's one case on I can't say what is true because I wasn't there, but there's been a rumor that the whole time when Jamie was out for the industry insiders, Diddy had been before Jamie filmed in allegedly, or whatever, they told Jamie to chill, he didn't chill, and allegedly Diddy and his security beat Jamie ass, and that's why Jamie's been out there. Allegedly. But it's always allegedly that you're not good, right? So if you come out Jamie has a special coming out on Netflix for what had really happened was, and I went to station. For 3 days station, I went to the first show, I went to the last show. Jamie Foxx states in this, spoiler alert, but Jamie Foxx states in especially that Diddy was responsible for what happened to him, and he is the one that called the FBI on him. I think he was joking. Y'all can determine was he joking or not when you see the show. Because to me, I'm a new comedian, right? I've learned and learned today. I know what somebody said up a punchline, and I know when you're serious.
According to this media takeout article, Jamie is telling fans during his comedy tour that Diddy poisoned him. While this Netflix special hasn't been released yet, this blog might have attended a live performance and heard it firsthand. If this is true, then it only confirms what the bodyguard claimed. In my opinion, I always thought that what happened to Jamie Foxx last year was extremely strange. I felt that there was something off about the whole thing since the beginning. Now we know what it is. Jamie was allegedly targeted by Diddy. Considering what Diddy is going through now, it could be Fox is going to speak out against him, especially when Fox is being accused by a woman of being just like Diddy. Right around the same time Diddy was being sued, Jamie Foxx got sued by a woman who claims he S.A.'d her. To me, it was almost like this story was brought up to switch the heat from Diddy onto Jamie, which didn't really work. It's all clear now though. Diddy saw Jamie as a liability and knew he had to get him out of the picture. So just like he allegedly did to Kim Porter, he tried to have Jamie Foxx taken out. It's important we note that Jamie isn't innocent in this situation either. He admitted before that he loved partying with Diddy, and now that we know what that means, we know what kind of guy Jamie truly is. Honestly, I believe what this bodyguard stated, and when this comedy special is released with Jamie blaming Diddy, it would all be confirmed. Finally, people are starting to see that these guys the world idolized so much were all sellouts playing the devil's game. These celebrity sellouts have contributed to the fall of mankind. They have normalized sin and debauchery through their brand and persona. They made it so men like Diddy are praised instead of imprisoned. In order to fix our fallen world, we must first remove the cause of the problems, which are these false idols that everyone keeps idolizing. What we really need is fewer celebrities and more profits. Well, I'm going to end this one here. I want to thank you all for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
We had a van we really liked. We did a lot of road trips in it. It died. It needed a new transmission, a new engine.
We wore it on the car on the long road trip. And we tried to replace it during the pandemic. We found a used car.
Not knowing the history of the car, we didn't know what we were really buying.
Then Mary suggested, well, why don't you try CarShield?
CarShield is America's #1 auto protection company. With a price lock guarantee, your monthly rate never goes up for as long as you cover your car.
I had complaints once. We discovered a leaking water pump, and that was very easy. The second time around, had a starter go out. They towed the car out of my garage to...
Good sound, y'all.
Like when Phil said this, like that's up in the mini there. I don't think I really put much thought into it. Is I'm keeping it gangster, homie. I'm keeping it gangster.
Hey fam, welcome back to another video. Welcome back to another reaction. This is Segovia coming to you live from the Man Cave. Hope everyone out there is having a good day. We're back. Oh, it feels so good to be back. I took a good few days off with this move. I'm going to save that talk for the end of the video though, so you should stick around for all the updates that are going on. But hey, we're back. A lot of stuff has been happening. We're going to get all into it today. But you know my slogan. I need to sit here and talk to you guys your ears off. I know what you guys came here for. This bomb reaction. Enough with the chit chat. So let's go and get into it. Enjoy the show.
Okay, are you ready for this one? Are you ready to talk more about sugar? Today we're going to talk about Coca-Cola. 1 can of Coke. Whoever drinks 1 can of Coke, that's it. 35 grams of sugar. That's how much you're drinking of sugar. Let's say you drink about a Coke every other day. So let's just take a 12-pack. That is going to be 420 grams of sugar. Let me give you a visual. That's how much sugar you are drinking in a 12-pack. Now, let's say you're somebody that drinks 1 Coke a day, and that's it. Just 1 Coke a day. Not a big deal, right? 1,050 grams of sugar is what you drink if you drink 1 Coca-Cola every day. See that? That's how much sugar you're putting in your body. People, sugar is killing people. What do I mean? It's causing autoimmune issues. It's causing inflammation, and ultimately leads to clogged arteries, heart attack, and stroke. Sugar is the culprit. Get it out of your life and watch your health radically improve. Promise.
One of the most common and what this does is it interrupts the ability to convert folic acid into usable. When that relation is broken, you get things like anxiety, depression, ADHD, OCD. You have other problems because your mind, and then we go, if you put all our races, all white rice, all white bread, are sprayed with the chemical folic acid. So when you spin a box of crackers around, it says fortified whole wheat flour or enriched bleached white flour. That means it's been sprayed with folic acid. Well, 44% of the population can't convert that, and you get things like
Get it out of your life and watch your health radically improve. I promise you. That's all I got.
One of the most common gene mutations in the world is called MTHFR. It's called a motherfucker gene. 40 to 60% of the population has this gene mutation. And what this gene mutation does is it interrupts the ability to convert folic acid into the usable form called methylfolate. And if your methylation is broken, you get things like anxiety, anxiousness, depression, ADD, ADHD, OCD. You have trouble falling asleep because your mind keeps you awake. And then what we've done since 1993 is we've sprayed all of our grains, all white flour, all white rice, all white bread, are sprayed with this chemical folic acid. So when you spin a box of crackers around, it says fortified whole wheat flour or enriched bleached white flour. That means it's been sprayed with folic acid. Well, 44% of the population can't convert that, and this causes things to go haywire. I mean, if you're a parent and you're listening to this podcast, look at what you're feeding them. The standard American diet is going to be like a Pop-Tart, a white bagel, a bowl of cereal, right? And all of those are fortified with folic acid. Well, there's a 44% chance your kid can't process that. And you're amping them up in the morning. It can literally be like cocaine for 6 years. Full contact sport together in the car, then by the time they get to school, the call is coming home saying, hey, well, Johnny can't pay attention. He doesn't focus. He can't concentrate. He doesn't direction. He can't pay attention.
Get them on Adderall.
Yeah, get them on Adderall and Ritalin.
Is there a benefit to taking methylfolate and supplements?
Huge benefit to taking methylfolate and the methylated form of that nutrient. This is why I say if you find that you have one of those gene mutations and you supplement for their deficiency, magic things will happen in your body.
Hi.
That's our big
Good morning.
What's this?
What's this? Want egg? Do you want egg?
There you go. There you go. You want egg? There you go. America right there, y'all. Buddy. What are you doing?
wanting to remain here? It's a hobgoblin!
Introducing a redesigned fixed experience for a sports destination unlike any other.
Government official. Nothing to be done. All good down here in the valley.
Yeah, I know people came over here to this where they put them out the same day and said that they put them in their house and they're probably about to take it off this property right here. And they're taking all the
They just were, throwing it out. These people have been here 14 years, and they condemn their son, and they can no longer live here.
This is a bit scary. No wonder Elon Musk gave this video an exclamation mark. This is footage from a coffee shop using AI to monitor its employees. The blue text with white letters indicates each employee, and the number shows how many cups of coffee they made. You can see that an employee named Anna is working diligently, making a total of 20 cups. Meanwhile, Olga is hiding in the corner, slacking off, and has only made 3 cups. All of this is tracked by the AI, which then reports the findings to the boss. In Amazon warehouses, similar technology is used to monitor employees. They even allow AI to generate termination notices for workers with low productivity. But it doesn't stop there. Before long, everything around us, from cars to ships to our daily lives, could fall under AI surveillance. Everything will be tracked, monitored, calculated, and analyzed. If you're wondering what AI is really capable of, well, this is your answer.
If you're in the east coast of Florida, there's something going.
Wondering what AI is really capable of, well, this is your answer.
There's no more milk in it, I guess, huh? I remember when I used to work at LabCorp, I used to be a courier and do routes, and there were some routes that were super easy, like I can bang out an 8-hour route in 3 hours and then just have 5 hours to watch YouTube, go run the mountain, go work out, go at lunch, and I guess, they started tracking, how long you're driving, tracking your little scanner. There's no more milk in it now, so those whole 8 hours are going to start getting filled, so now you're getting overworked. That's what it's turning into, yo. Crazy. Because I was the older worker, I was getting my job done. Everything was getting picked up. So I wasn't there making 20 cups of coffee,
If you're in the east coast of Florida, there's something going on with the water that you should be concerned about, and I'm talking about gallons of them. Now this right here is in Daytona Beach, y'all. This is Post Milton. Now the only problem is there is no beach in Daytona because it's all swallowed up by the ocean, y'all. Look at this, look at this. Well, we've been telling y'all about the Florida, and now the water is coming up.
Hey guys, hope you can hear me okay. I'm out here at Daytona Beach, Florida. Probably one of the scariest beaches in all the world. Check this out. This is post Hurricane Milton. I don't know where our beach is, guys. Check this out. All the way up the stairs.
The water is up to the stairs. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with Daytona Beach is known for having 20 to 30 feet of shoreline available. So all of this sand is literally underwater.
I don't know where our beach is, guys. Check this out.
It's literally underwater. All of this, y'all, all of this is sand. This is what Daytona is known for. That's crazy. See, I told y'all that water had nowhere to go in Tampa on the west coast, and now the water in the east coast is coming up, y'all. That's crazy. But yes, y'all, things are going to get a lot more interesting, y'all. Share this video, y'all. Let's continue to get this shit. Peace in.
Tom Brady is in Santa Clara getting ready to call that game between the Mets and television. There he is, joining us right now.
receiving end of a lot of it. He's not conducting the
This is definitely for entertainment purposes, and I definitely do not think that the NFL is doing some self-disclosure in how they're going to use holograms in the coming future to deceive us. Like I said, all for entertainment purposes. And also just for entertainment purposes, when Tupac was a known hologram, I definitely don't think that Snoop was also just a better quality hologram, and they were testing it out on us. And they definitely haven't been using the NFL to test holograms on the masses for quite some time. Definitely not again.
I'll collect that. You need to cover yourself.
Remember that? NPS Stadium, nobody wanted to watch Carolina.
And there is definitely not a large-scale deception coming. There's all sorts of holograms in the sky and probably even on the ground.
Silicon Valley, tech capital of the world, really. So, use our technology, and there he goes. Come on in here, Jimmy. Yeah,
And just like that, he's done. And there I go doing it again, just creating things for entertainment. I'm trying to expose the evil agendas. I'm just creating entertainment for you guys because that's what I am. That's their account. Entertainment.
So who should be hiking in that area? And a worse nightmare. You're done. You stumble across, you're done. Huh.
Maybe it's like art, like an art show.
It's weird. That's what y'all do in Austin?
I don't think that's Peter spray now. I don't know. Fish food.
Fish food. Fish food. I ain't gonna waste money on fish food.
Charging off low.
I said you worry balls.
In a row and moving across the sky. Also, they're watching the moon, and the moon has been moving off in a weird vision I've never seen. I have no idea what's going on. Look how fast the moon is. What on earth is going on? What on earth is going on?
Something crossing the street.
Across cobblestone streets and fragrant blossoms, random acts of hospitality.
Something crossing the street.
Oh! If there go possibly they out. Behind the picture frame. Come on, the little portion is a red. Hey, they're red.
Things like Tylenol, Advil, aspirin, what they're doing actually is depleting your liver's ability to produce glutathione. And glutathione is like the master antioxidant for our immune system, right? So what was happening during COVID? People's bodies that were letting it down. There's something talking to each other. They're not getting by the idea of like, this is so important to recognize, like, every input that we put in our body is going to deliver some of like,
So I would say this, fasting. Once you fast and you go into intermittent fasting and you only fast between the hours of 1 to 6, as long as you fast at least 16 hours a day. So your safe zone is when you get up, don't eat anything, just drink some water or drink some H3O2, which is freshly squeezed juice, right? The moment that the sun is as high in the sky, which is around 12 p.m., it's called the circadian rhythm. You're supposed to eat with the sun in the sun. Eat when the sun is the highest in the sky, around 12, and then don't eat nothing when the sun goes down. I would say don't eat nothing after 6 p.m. But if you just now get into this, eat with the sun and stop eating when the sun goes down. While you're doing that, your body is going to automatically kick the mechanism.
Okay, Donna, this point is just getting desperate. I see that you are in your desperate area, you're losing followers, you're coming out with this sacred candle line for $60. What makes your candle so different than anybody else's? Okay, the people are tripping over the prices, but y'all really need to be concerned about what this candle is releasing into your atmosphere. And per Valiant say, this is supposed to release the ancestral ambiance into your atmosphere so you can connect with your inner roots, okay? We already know Valiant is very vocal about the God that she serves, the goddess of Oshun. We know that she practices witchcraft. I mean, whether she admits it or not, she is a full-blown witch. She already started with you guys putting this witchcraft into your hair when she released her hairline. With shampoos and conditioners, you're literally moisturizing whatever witchcraft that she has put inside of these bottles of shampoo and conditioner, and now she wants you to release this candle into your atmosphere so you can connect with your ancestors. Now, y'all know me, I'm not for it, I'm not here for it whatsoever. I mean, she has yet to, and she's never going to acknowledge what's going on with the whole Diddy shenanigans. She's just completely releasing new products saying F her fans, and you guys are just so hard down for this, which I truly hope that God removes the scales from your eyes and release you from this bondage, because it is clear she is trying to keep you guys in a stronghold, and she is doing it by way of her music, by way of her hairline, and by way of candles, and by way of whatever else that she is just hypnotizing you guys with, the whole goddess energy and all this weird stuff that's going on. But as for me and my home, we hold the Lord, and we will not be buying no sacred candles.
Nothing like $60 damn, I'll tell you that. Definitely ain't buying those. Do you think they're going down there? Jay-Z and Beyonce? Do you think they'll ever go down? Because they're I'm not going to say they're up there with the, with the top dogs, but, they're pawns too, yo. They're pawns too. The Clive Davises and all them, those are the big dogs. You think they're going to go down there?
Russell Simmons knew that there was a documentary being made about it, and the documentary premiered on HBO. At the point that he saw the documentary coming, and he's seen what's happened to R. Kelly and Harvey Weinstein, when there's a whole bunch of media attention and so forth, he sold his Hollywood house. I've been there. The Basquiat, I was there. That got sold. He sold his condo in Tribeca, took a bunch of his money, went to Bali, built a hotel, sat back and see what was about to happen. Documentary came out, no one cared. There was a bunch of, 30 years ago, he kissed me when I didn't want him to, and he pushed up on me, and I didn't like it, something. It was not like an R. Kelly concept. It literally came away because it was so soft. He sat back, and ultimately there were no criminal charges filed with him. There was a civil lawsuit, but there was no criminal case that ever came, which is why he goes back and forth. But he was sitting there saying, this might happen, and I'm sure building a hotel in Bali probably endeared him to the government to the point where they'll probably resist an extradition and so forth, because putting so much money into the economy.
See, it's like the algorithm of TikTok, social media, all these things. It didn't go off for Russell Simmons. Nobody cared. Because the machine didn't want us to care. The machine wanted us to care about Diddy. So guess what? They pushed those videos out to all of us. And guess what? On every reactor's videos, on everybody's TikToks, on their Instagram, Facebook, still to this day, we're talking about that because that's what the machine wanted. And I'm going to Russell Simmons. Will they ever do? I don't know. There's no, is there no extradition out there? I don't know. That's what I was but it's crazy how the machine works, how the algorithm works, right? Crazy.
Listen, man, I love it, right? I'm gonna tell you this story. Because, yo, I'm from Haiti.
Now, mind you,
You know
you
what?
left Haiti when you were 7 years old, right?
No, I didn't leave them.
Okay, how old? Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. 8. Okay, so when you're 8 years old, you know, like, you remember things. Like, I remember my grandmother's house being 10 times bigger than it was. So go ahead.
Yo, we was in a backyard.
I remember it was a show I was watching. I would recommend it watching it. But I remember when I was little, my dad was when I was little. And they had on the night, so we used the Ford Ranger, the old school 90s Ford Ranger, you know, behind Ford. And I was like, that's your truck you used to have? He's like, yeah, I had a real cool truck. But I saw on that dark wind, somebody said, you know, things were so big when we were little because we're older, but as we get older, you start learning and seeing, you know, so when I was little, my house had a school, my neighborhood, and that was it. And then now I go out and I see this, I see that, and the world becomes bigger. So it was cool. We broke it down different, but it was a cool little thing. That's kind of cool.
And then when we did that, you know what I'm saying, in the back. And then I was sitting, because I was always in that weird, you know? So I was just to myself in the bathroom picking up. And then I see this lady, you know? I just see her face, so I thought it was somebody you know, like for women. And she was like, hey, little boy. No, but I'm saying boys, fellas. That's just something. She's together in Creole. I'm trying to get a word from them. If I said in Creole, y'all ain't going to understand. So she said, hey, little brother.
Google Pixel Mind Pro. Does its elegant new design look as good as it feels? Or does it feel as good as it looks? This question's gonna keep me up all night.
Ingredients to be gathered here, I'll wager.
No harm in thinking a few.
This is watch this. This is bonkers. Go full straight. This is literally bonkers.
And a television star. But does he really want to add president of the United States to his resume? A lot of people would like him to. Please let's find out and please welcome my friend, Donald Trump.
My friend. Watch this. Just watch this. This is nuts. We're in an alternative universe. Okay? Because this is not that long ago. Go standing O. Bro, watch this. Just watch how this goes. Watch this. So she's a Republican, that's easy.
Yeah.
But everybody else.
Joy can't wait to get a hug in.
Yeah, everyone's hugging. Look at this. Look at this. Kisses, hugs, kisses to Whoopi. Everybody hugs and kisses. Even Joy Behar. Hugs and kisses.
Joy Behar, hugs and kisses.
See? Now watch this.
I'm going to take you at your word that you have not decided yet when you're going to run, but you're thinking about it and you've expressed some of your views, which are controversial and in many ways, well, not to her. Okay, you're a Republican, but let's say that you do decide in the spring, right? And your ideas resonate so much. On the other hand, we saw Newt Gingrich apologizing for his marriages and divorces. You've had 3 marriages, 2 sort of uncomfortable divorces. Do you think that
not really. They were very comfortable.
We won't review all that. Do you think
Getting laughs right away.
That would bother anybody?
I think the country is doing so badly, they want somebody that's going to help it. I think the country is never been in a position like it is right now. It's being ripped off by every nation, every intelligent nation in the world, whether it's China. They're taking our jobs, they're making all our product, and then they loan us back the money, we pay them interest.
That is
whether
crazy.
it's OPEC.
That's crazy.
Which is Washington field day right now. How about the...
I want to say something that was the weirdest thing I think I've ever heard a politician say.
All right.
It involves Hillary Clinton. So 2 weeks ago, it was the Clinton Global Initiative. The interviewer asked...
Brief final question. You liken yourself to Cassandra. Putting that Cassandra hat on for the moment, what is something you see happening in the near future that we should be taking more seriously?
I said...
Hold on a second.
What? I looked it up. It says in Greek mythology, Cassandra was a prophetess who could predict the future but was never believed. Her name literally means she who entangles men. The god Apollo, which a lot of people have interpreted as Apollo is Satan, fell in love with Cassandra and offered her the gift of prophecy in exchange for love. Cassandra agreed but then refused to keep her word. In retaliation, Apollo cursed her so that no one would believe her predictions. But what's so weird to me was that she has apparently openly said, I'm like Cassandra.
So they're trying to say that this is because of the hurricane/red moon or some kind of moon or what have you, but it's been like this since the hurricane. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess coincidences happen, but
that's scary.
I hope it certainly recedes. I know what people are saying, but this is doing some serious damage. It's been like this. I came out and saw it more than a week ago, and it's been up like this ever since. So what's happening? What's happening is these seawalls that were destroyed by a little hurricane, and this is all day, all night.
So nobody's talking about how the two Harvard students used Meta's Ray-Ban special glasses and figured out that you could dox people in seconds. When you look up, they literally went around looking at people. So they got something called eye x-ray, eye pen. It's an app, right? It's a tool extension of the glasses. So it allows you to put people's face in the frame of the glasses and it will instantly pull up address, your phone number, your name. You can even pull up where you work and what type of work you've done. And no one's talking. Now, I'm a gamer, but I'm not like a super gamer, you know what I'm saying? But this is Watch Dogs in the flesh. And like a few years ago, Black Mirror showed us that this is a possibility. Similar to Star Trek showing space time is going to happen before it happens. Black Mirror and Watch Dogs have now officially done the same thing.
Well, I mean, is that really a big deal? Some watchers do that, so something you have in your pocket all day, every day can do that too. So, you know, what's the difference? I guess, right?
This is Dogma from 1983 to 2024. Look at the evolution of her and her face. This is probably one of the most interesting transformations of anyone that I've seen in recent history. And stay tuned for the end of this because how she changes in the last couple of years is very interesting. And I want you guys to think about it and think about if she's potentially using some kind of new age therapy, maybe telomeres. I don't know if you guys have heard about that, but if they have enough money, these people are going to start using reverse aging technologies. As you can see here, aging, starting to look pretty old. You know, as she's getting older, as you can see, she's 66. I don't know what's happening here. Look, suddenly, boom. What is this? Madonna, what happened there? What the heck? What is that? And then, all of a sudden...
So I'm at McDonald's drive-thru, and is that supposed to be, like, actively leaking? I mean, there's, like, algae and, like, mold and
She still gonna eat that
water
Big Mac
leak. And I mean, what the fuck is food in here? Like, I don't feel like that's supposed to be happening. Can somebody let me know?
So Roswell, New Mexico flooded. So I was looking some things up and I found something interesting. First, for reference, they got 5.78 inches in one day, which broke the record since 1901. Historical. Then I looked at the map to see where the flooding is, and I noticed that Roswell is on the southeast corner of New Mexico. There is a project with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and they would like 700,000 acres of land for federal control for conservation. Now, this land is actually owned by you and me. So I'm looking for this land that the government wants, and I start going through the counties, because this land they want is in New Mexico and Texas. And I noticed Chavez County, and that's where Roswell, New Mexico is. And I guarantee you none of those people got flood insurance.
Man, there is no telling what Mother Nature's going to do next.
We're not here to follow the old rules of money. We're here to write the new ones.
No telling what Mother Nature's going to do next.
Check this out, y'all. This breaks my heart.
Look at that!
Look at that! Sounds so good.
Dude.
That's crazy. Is this legit?
Oh!
That's crazy.
My God. And this is how
God dang, she got like 10 of them.
No one probably like contains bugs. Like that's insane.
Damn, I didn't see all those when I did the video.
May 10th, 2025. That's
They're
crazy.
so good too.
I think President Harris supports the future for this country where these freedoms and many others will be protected and upheld.
This is crazy.
And here to tell you much more about that.
That's what I like to see.
Barry Petoro.
You know, I have done a lot of rallies, so I don't usually get nervous. But I'm feeling some kind of way following Eminem. And I notice my palms are sweating, knees weak, arms are heavy. Doctors are sweating already, mom's spaghetti. I'm nervous, but on the surface I look calm and ready to drop bombs, but I keep bombs spaghetti.
Check this out, y'all.
Like when Phil said this, like that's up at the beginning thing, I was like, yeah. I don't think I really put much thought into it. Is I'm keeping it gangster, homie. I'm keeping it gangster. I'm keeping it real. It's all about keeping it real. Oh my God! I'm a girl!
De Niro's building a $1 billion studio. How is that going to make money? What's the business plan? Is it over 30 years? That's my question.
De Niro's 81, isn't he? Like, what? How old is De Niro?
But that's what I'm saying. In the rating system of Hollywood, PG-13, rated R, which rating is the most profitable?
I would say PG.
Wrong. It's G. The children's films that are animated stories like Cinderella are the most profitable in all of Hollywood, and yet they're 30% of the production. So why would the system make 70% of something that doesn't make as much as the 30%? Why? Because it's spiritual. Because the devil runs Hollywood. And he wants that negative 70% to teach your kids all these other things. But the 30%, which makes the most money, is happiness and loving your mom and dad, and we make the most money. Why would Hollywood make less of the most profitable?
All right, Joe Biden was pulling out action. You guys enjoyed it. Probably going to take a little hit with the algorithm. Hopefully not.
Long-range attacks can be difficult to dodge. Best keep the archer in your sight.
We ought to proceed with caution. It is rather narrow here. Be on your guard.
Let us proceed with due caution.
You have my protection!
Rise, raging winds, and scatter our foes!
Come on, put up a fight! Thank you.
Stand firm. You must not let down your guard, even for a moment. I'll collect that. You needn't trouble yourself.
We did a fair bit of shopping the other day, didn't we? Though I do wonder how much of it was necessary.
Adventures are unpredictable. 'Tis half the joy.
There's nothing like a warm meal to lift one's spirits.
Indeed. Here's hoping this remains our usual fare.
It isn't much of an adventure if all we do is make camp.
Let us return once we've grown tired from our labors. said.
I'm sure I'm very sorry. I've a request, if you're of a mind to hear it. Ah, 'tis you. Thought I recognized you. I suppose I should thank you.
Enemy is upon us. Arms at the ready.
The fault is mine. I was not vigilant. I am not aware of the particulars. Well said. That was well fought. There's no one standing who might say otherwise.
Overconfidence is an enemy in and of itself. Let us instead strive to better ourselves with every battle.
I am saved. Thank you, Arisen.
You weren't expecting mercy?
I shan't allow any further harm to come to you.
You're a welcome sight, Arisen. As ever, I'm yours to command. I happen to understand Elvish, Master. I expect... Let me get that.
I've a knack for combining materials that I hope you'll find useful. Leave the finding of equipment-enhancing materials to me, Master. I shall sniff them out and mark.
I am attentive and loyal, and prefer to remain by your side. In battle... Well, I shall...
I felt certain I would find you here, Arisen. And it seems I was right.
Restoration and reinforcement are the purview of a mage. You'll be safe in my care, Arisen.
I happen to understand Elvish, Master. I expect you'll find my talents useful should we encounter another speaker.
You're a welcome sight, Arisen. As ever, I'm yours to command.
"'Tis a pleasure to meet you.
None strike half so hard as a warrior, nor a tenth as surely. Make me... or blade...
I happen to understand Elvish, Master. I expect you'll find my talents useful.
If 'tis discipline your company lacks, I can provide.
All told, I'm rather satisfied with my performance.
Shall we discuss tactics now or later?
I felt certain I would find you here, Arisen, and it seems I was right.
'Tis a pleasure to meet you.
I dare say I've accomplished a few feats to be proud of, at least.
If ever you've need of an ear to listen, you have but to ask.
You can count on me to fly to your aid in your hour of need, Master. Knowing when to use curatives is my specialty. There is a rumor whispered among pawns that I've oft pondered. The gist of it is, when pawns travel beyond the rift, we can contract a peculiar illness that imperils the lives of those around us. At first, we are only restless and excitable. But in time, we become so unruly that even the Arisen holds no sway over us.
How terrible. We shall have to be alert for signs of the sickness among our number.
Could Hollywood be using real spells and putting real elements of witchcraft in entertainment, in TV shows and movies? What you're about to watch is a clip that reveals the truth behind some of the most popular TV shows and movies.
Rita, I actually want to ask you this, because I say this at conventions a lot, this rumor that I heard, and I want to know if it's true. There's a rumor that production was called by real witches of New Orleans saying your plane was fired, you gotta change up your plan. It's true. So in 2009, when I was there, I wrote, and I would go online and like look up spells. Like, wow. And then I like change a couple words. I go to, I like figure out a spell, and then like go and change a couple words to French, a couple words to like Creole, a couple words to like Haitian Creole.
Let my magic
Creole translate it.
Fury of the elements.
Haitian Creole. And then like go to my name.
As if I am possessed of a greater power.
And then we got a call from a woman in New Orleans who was like, I think you know, what you're trying to do is all across America. I feel like the person who wants to grow. And then I started thinking, that's a little weird.
Take a moment to just really listen to this part.
And then we got a call from a woman in New Orleans who was like, I think you're playing fire. I think that you're, what are you trying to do? You're playing spells in the living room all across America.
How many people, how many homes have watched these shows where real spells are being spoken into their lives, into their living rooms and homes? How many people are unknowingly opening the door to evil, unholy influences, all for the sake of entertainment? Be careful what you watch. For the next few moments, I want you to pay attention as we expose the darkness behind a lot of the entertainment consumed today.
One of the current trending movies on Netflix is The Deliverance. For anyone who calls themselves a Christian, you should not watch this movie, or any movie in the horror genre, because you are literally opening the door to the devil. The aim of this video is not so that you would be fearful, but rather be wise. Be wise when it comes to the entertainment you consume, and realize that the Bible is right. We do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. The Deliverance movie is based on real events. In 2014, an article appeared in the Indianapolis Star and it was headlined, The Exorcisms of LaToya Amos. Here are a few lines from that article. In November 2011, Amon's family moved into a rental house on Carolina Street in Gary, a quiet lane lined with small one-story homes. Big black flies suddenly swarmed their screened-in porch in December, despite the winter chill. After midnight, Campbell and Amons both said they occasionally heard the steady clump of footsteps climbing the basement stairs and the creak of the door opening between the basement and kitchen. No one was there. Campbell said she awoke one night and saw a shadowy figure of a man pacing her living room. She leaped out of bed to investigate and found large, wet boot prints. So, you see, this family experienced many evil supernatural happenings. But here's where I would like us to be vigilant. In an interview with the director of the film, Lee Daniels, here's what one article reported. In a recent interview with SiriusXM alongside his cast, Daniels said he organized prayer circles on set in a bid to prevent supernatural incidents. Things happened, and I was not going to let things happen on my side. And also, I needed it for me, Daniels said. And even with that, there were still things that happened on the set that was, my sister is in every movie that I've ever done as my good luck charm. And she was in the scene with Glenn in the chemo scene. And she's the one that sort of gave her attitude in the chemo scene, Daniels said. And 2 days later, after being in the chemo scene, she was diagnosed with lung cancer. Literally, my dog died on the set. Monique, who plays a social worker in the movie, added that she was hospitalized after filming one particularly dramatic scene. End quote. Talking about evil spirits is a strange thing to many of us today. However, when Jesus walked the earth, he cast out evil spirits. He rebuked them. He warned against them. And most importantly, he taught people about them. He taught people about their existence and their tactics. But today, many Christians will quite openly speak about angels, but ignore the reality of demons. Jesus' ministry included teachings about demons and encounters with demon-possessed individuals. So we ought to at least be knowledgeable against the schemes of the kingdom of darkness. Be careful when it comes to these horror things. The supernatural world is real, but so is God. If you ever feel afraid, recite and declare Luke 10, verse 19, which says, Behold, I have given you authority to tread on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall hurt you.
When you see this kind of imagery, what does it represent? What kind of message does it send? What ideology is being celebrated? Now, let me ask you this. As a Christian, how can you listen to an artist who uses devilish imagery in their performances or in their videos? There's a growing awareness of and concern about the entertainment industry's dark side. References to the occult and satanic worship have become commonplace. In this video, I'd like to dive in and discuss the evil themes and satanic agenda behind a lot of secular music.
Should Christians be listening to secular music? Should Christians be watching anything and everything produced by the entertainment industry? Well, in this video, we are going to look at the dark side of music and entertainment.
You can't keep these monsters like this under wraps any longer. The actual eco-tank printer is perfect for production. Early lifestyle running out of ink with innovative cartridge-free printers. Each EcoFit e-bottle is the equivalent to about 80 individual cartridges. Let's put a bow on it. Moving it into 4K? Yes, please. The Epson Home Cinema 2350 Smart Streaming Projector is a great gift for binge watchers and families alike. The bright 2800 lumens and 3-chip 3 LCD technology.
Here are a few lyrics from world-renowned rapper Eminem. In a song called Evil, he says, Evil, yeah, I'm so evil. Rotten before, a twisted cerebral. I'm so evil, so evil. It's obvious that I'm not like other people. Then in a song called Lucifer, he says, now my followers are like a satanic cult. Yeah, they listen to me like when Manson spoke. At least that's what it seems like. And I'm Lucifer, and Dre's the producer of the Antichrist. This is just one artist, but I'm simply giving you a few examples that illustrate just how aggressive the spirit of Antichrist is operating in this world. So many things are pitched and accepted and even celebrated in this world when, in reality, these things are anti-God. The Bible warned us in 1 John 4, verse 3, saying, "And every spirit that does not confess that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is not of God. And this is the spirit of the Antichrist, which you have heard was coming and is now already in the world."
One of the biggest names in music right now is Taylor Swift. She is one of the world's best-selling artists. But for a moment, let's take a look at the lyrics in some of the songs in her most recent album. In the song titled Guilty as Sin, some of the lyrics read, "What if I were to sin? They're going to crucify me anyway. What if the way you hold me is actually what's holy? If long-suffering propriety is what they want from me, they don't know how you conquer me. So stunningly, I choose religiously." And then in the song, "But Daddy, I Love Him," it says, "I just learned these people only raise you to cage you. Sarahs and Hannahs in their Sunday best, clutching their pearls, sighing, what a mess. I just learned these people cry and save me if they hate me. God, save the most judgmental people, who say they want what's best for me. Sanctimoniously performing soliloquies I'll never do, thinking if you change the beat of my heart, maybe touch it, and counteract the chemistry, and undo the destiny. You ain't got a place in me and my wildness, and all this wild grace, if all you want is grace in me."
Arisen. I knew you
Now,
loved this
there are
world
those who will say it's music, or that the lyrics. Look, let me bring this article to your attention. Premier Christianity reported the following, and I quote, "It's true that Swift has referred to herself as a Christian, and has sung about praying to Jesus. The problem is, there are so many New Age and occult themes that appear not just in her lyrics, but on her social media pages, and during her onstage performances.
I'll collect that. You needn't trouble
This has led to claims from the former Boyzone singer Shane Lynch that Swift performed satanic rituals on stage. In an interview with I Refuse for Sunday World, Lynch said of Swift, "You watch one of her shows, and she has 2 or 3 demonic rituals to do with the pentagrams on the ground, to do with all sorts of stuff on her stage." There are other reasons to be concerned, too. Swift makes a devil's horn symbol while performing the song Cruel Summer, which references her love interest, grinning like a devil. In the music video for her song Willow, Swift and her dancers are dressed as a coven of witches in the forest, wearing black robes and carrying golden orbs. The song has had a couple of remixes, The Lonely Witch and the Dancing Witch version. Willow is a traditional material for making magic wands. Her song Karma glorifies the unchristian concept of having to live multiple lifetimes to work off our bad deeds. The lyrics depict karma as a god. All this has led to some Christians to speculate on whether Swift is a witch or even a Christian. Now, Swift is just one example among others. Many entertainers now, young and old, freely speak about their involvement in New Age, witchcraft, and the occult. The desensitized youth of today view such announcements as more enlightened than dangerous or repulsive. Vanessa Hudgens, a Disney starlet who starred in television and movies, told the multimedia brand Nylon in April 2023 that she's always felt drawn to witchcraft. She boldly said yes when they asked if she felt like a witch, adding, "I've always been drawn toward the darkness and the unknown, as well as herbalism, ever since I was a kid. Hudgens told the reporter that she had her awakening when filming one of the Princess Switch movies, and that to her, being a witch to her means connecting to my angels, my ancestors, my spirit guides, my spiritual brigade. She also revealed she has a gift of vision and has seen ghosts for as long as she can remember. So, why does all of this matter? Why should conservative parents and Christians be concerned about what is happening in the entertainment world? Maybe you're not even familiar with the movies, TV shows, or actors I've mentioned so far. But perhaps you're thinking, this topic doesn't really concern me. I don't watch or support those kinds of TV shows, movies, or listen to dark-spirited themed music. Should I be concerned about this? Absolutely, yes. In Ezekiel 33, we read that God desires his people to be watchmen. The term watchman refers to a person who has concern for the welfare of others, particularly the spiritual welfare of others. We need discernment. And I believe another term for discernment is spiritual insight. You are in the sun of the spiritual. You are considering what type of atmosphere is being created by this music, by this show, or by this game. You are considering if the music you are listening to glorifies God or takes you away from God. Spiritual insight will have you asking questions about the artist and their life and their beliefs. Every believer should have a measure of the Holy Spirit to help them discern decisions and choices in everyday life. In today's world, the growing flirtation with evil, the growing acceptance of engagement in witchcraft, the occult, Satanism, and the dark spiritual realm can only lead to disaster. It poisons the mind and soul. Satan is the puppet master of all of this.
Thank you.
Like the poison apple in the story from the West. He disguises what is evil and dangerous so that it appears to be lovely and good. He does this in many ways, including employing desensitization techniques, wrapping dark content in comedy, and using popular young actors and music artists to say, it's no big deal. Many today say that asking for guidance or power or energy from the dark side is wrong. They insist it is not dangerous, not a problem. But it is dangerous. There is a problem. When we play with fire, we get burned. It is as simple as that. The Bible says that Satan's business is to steal, kill, and destroy. He is called the destroyer. He will steal your joy. He will destroy your happiness, your family. He will destroy your life if you give him an opportunity. What does Scripture say?
And how are the numbers looking? We're landing at a Psalm 70 FPS.
What does Scripture say to do? It says, do not give Satan an opportunity. Furthermore, the Bible has plenty to say when it comes to witchcraft, or those interested in dabbling in paranormal activity. It says in Deuteronomy 18, verse 9 to 12, when you come to the land that the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not learn to follow the abominable practices of those nations. There shall not be found among you anyone who practices divination, or tells fortunes, or interprets omens, or a sorcerer, or a charmer, or a medium, a necromancer, or one who inquires of the dead. For whoever does these things is an abomination to the Lord. And then, Zechariah 10, verse 2, 1. Diviners see lies. They tell false dreams and give empty consolation. Therefore, the people wander like sheep. They are afflicted. And finally, The Apostle John wrote in 1 John 4, "Do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits, to see whether they are from God. Every spirit that confesses that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is from God. Every spirit that does not confess Jesus is not from God." This is the spirit of the Antichrist, which you heard was coming, and now is in the world already. So, here is what we should do. We ought to adhere to the biblical challenge to run from evil. Do not look upon, wrote the prophet Habakkuk. Remember, Satan is the greatest evil. He is an expert in making the dangerous seem benign, and the dark things seem attractive. He is a liar. His intent is to deceive and destroy and lure you away from where God wants you to be. Scripture calls believers to be sanctified, to be in the world, but not of the world, to be set apart, and not engaged in that which does not honor the Lord. As you consider the challenge in this teaching, let me leave you with these words in the Apostle Peter. He writes in 1 Peter 5, verse 6, "Be sober-minded, be watchful. Your adversary, the devil, prowls like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour."
Recent news events in the property sector have been focused on squatters, a person who lives in an empty building or area of land without the permission of the owner. USA Today reports the following. In Maryland, a woman returned from vacation to find two squatters in her bed. They were not only living in her house, but had also sold about $50,000 of her furniture. It is a pattern being played out in many cities in the United States. It is also common in Europe, where squatting has become a political movement with support from the left. Another publication, the Daily Mail, reports the following. Squatters' rights is a common law principle where unauthorized intruders exploit legal loopholes in an attempt to assert residency of unoccupied homes. In order to evict a squatter, homeowners face significant financial losses in the form of legal fees, potential property damage, and lost income. Evicting squatters can also be a months-long and arduous process due to backlogs in the courts and overwhelmed police forces across the country. Reports of angry homeowners being helpless to remove squatters from their homes have been booming in recent months, with some serial squatters refusing to leave residences for over a year. Now, I would like to talk to you about a different kind of squatter, the spiritual kind. The Bible has something to say about property rights, as it outlines clearly that our bodies are temples of the Holy Spirit, consecrated to God and sacred. And so, just as a squatter has no real or legal right to possess a home they don't own, a demon has no right to possess or squat on a Christian who is filled with the Holy Ghost. And the concept is not new. Paul's words in 1 Corinthians chapter 9 are an unwavering voice reminding Christians for hundreds of years that we are not on our own. We are bought at a very precious price, the life of Christ Jesus himself. This affirms our body as a literal habitation for the indwelling of the Holy Spirit. Jesus gave this illustration of what I would like to call a spiritual squatter. When an evil spirit leaves a person, it goes into the desert, seeking rest, but finding none. Then it says, "I will return to the person I came from." So it returns and finds its former home empty, crushed, and in order. Then the spirit finds 7 other spirits more evil than itself, and they all enter the person and live there. And so that person is worse off than before. That will be the experience of this evil generation. Notice the sequence of events. An evil spirit leaves a person. It goes out and seeks rest, but it has nowhere to go. It then decides to head back to the person it came from. It finds its former home. Note how the Bible uses the word home when referring to the person. It returns to the former home and finds it empty, and then brings 7 other spirits more evil than itself. So, in a sense, we are being told that evil spirits have no right to possess us. Imagine the scenario. You are a homeowner with a beautifully furnished home, carefully decorated with love and paying the utmost attention to detail. The walls are covered with beautiful art pieces and the shelves filled with memories that have been cherished for decades. Every corner of your home has a sense of warmth, peace, and in a way, your home can be a reflection of your character and personality. But what if, as time passes and you become preoccupied with your busy life, this leads to neglecting the home, and before you know it, this once spotless dwelling starts to gather dust. The vibrant colors start to fade, and a space that once was bright and welcoming starts to feel dim and nearly unlivable. Shadows form in those neglected rooms, and in them, unseen and unheard, lurk the very worst kind of unwanted guests.
The Christian community is on scale the most persecuted community around the world. It is the Palestinian Authority that says if you are Muslim and you convert to Christianity, you've earned the death penalty. The fastest growing Christian community is in Iran. I don't believe that you can be a biblical Christian and not vote.
What has happened to
Guys, come into the video. We've got a lot to get into. A lot is happening. Diddy updates. Hey guys, it's Rodman. We hope you guys are all doing well today. Back at it again. It is daily and consistent content coming to you from all the way from Sicily, the best place in Italy. I'm having so much fun here that I'm actually extending my trip for a couple of more days. I even got, you know, the merch of Sicily. Like, I'm doing the absolute most, not the merch. But anyway, let's get into this video because it's not good news for Diddy. Sean Diddy Combs' guys' lawyers have lost a bid to impose a gag order on government agencies involved in investigating his federal racketeering and criminal case, whose Combs team have accused of leaking information to the press. In a Friday order yesterday, reviewed by USA Today, Judge Arun denied to adopt either proposed order filed by the prosecution and the defense. Instead, he wrote that both sides are expected to abide by existing laws prohibiting lawyers, investigators, and government agents from revealing grand jury proceedings and release non-public information that might interfere with the trial. To be clear, this order isn't based on a finding that there has been any wrongdoing from the prosecution side. As the court has made no findings at this juncture relating to defendant's allegations that information related to the case has been leaked, boom. The point of this order is to help ensure that nothing happens from now on that would interfere with a fair trial. So not only are they not giving Diddy's lawyer a gag order, which they desperately want, but the judge has come out to say that no evidence has been found of the prosecution side leaking any information, because Diddy's lawyers were arguing that the prosecution, DHS, Homeland Security, were the ones who leaked that hotel video of Diddy beating up Cassie, when the judge has come out to say that there's been no evidence of that. There's been zero evidence of any leaking from the prosecution side. So Diddy not only lost the gag order, but has now been embarrassed at the fact that their argument, the lawyer's argument, stating that we're going to come from this angle, or that they're leaking stuff, and if we can prove that they're leaking stuff, we can then get a mistrial, or that the trial's not fair, or etc., or get this video thrown out. It looks like he's saying, to be clear, this order isn't based on a finding that there has been any wrongdoing thus far. Keyword thus far, there might be something down the line, but as of right now, they're basically saying, there's no information, bro, to prove your claim. That's not a good news for Diddy's lawyers, especially the fact that Diddy has hired not one, not two, but 3 new lawyers to join Mark as a team. And if you aren't getting your gag order, and if there's been no evidence to prove your claims, which is the angle that you're desperately going for, it definitely reduces the roads that Diddy can drive down. It looks like a lot more of those pathways are basically becoming dead ends. That's what it's giving to me from this. It's just not good news, because Diddy definitely wants his gag order. He doesn't want any more public information coming out. He doesn't want any more of these lawsuits. He wants to stop BuzzFeed. He wants to stop all this reporting and etc. Well, it looks like that seems to be too late, because New York Post are claiming that they exclusively have seen a trove of files. Some of them are videos as well that are undated. The videos reviewed by the Post are part of the same archive that include footage that is very intriguing. They have a trove of video files and documents exclusively. I don't know how they've gotten this, but the clip suggests that the orgies, which federal prosecutors say sometimes involve women who were threatened or coerced to perform grueling hour-long acts, were happening just below the surface as Diddy rubbed elbows with the biggest names of Hollywood, as we all know. Yikes, yikes, yikes. There are a lot of stuff that they have, photos and videos, as one of them is showing 2 white men who took turns having sex with a very young black woman who clearly had white powder under her nose. Diddy could be seen in the background wearing a white t-shirt with the words, "God is the greatest," written in black. In another clip from the night, a couple had loud sex on a table as a group of well-dressed people stood around. What? Excuse me? What the hell? So it looks like it was some kind of voyeurism. In the trove of files, the videos reviewed by the Post are part of an archive that includes, footage that appears to show Diddy having sex with a much younger male A-list star. Is that Justin Bieber? Is that Jaden Smith? The video has been shopped around for sale to news outlets by more than one purported seller. In the trove of files, some of the videos are undated or the dates are clearly incorrect, but other files have dates that are consistent with verified details of events, locations, and clothes that Diddy and others were wearing. Boom. However, many of the videos have dates that can be corroborated with stars of the events, including the 2004-2005 VMAs in Miami and the 2005 Super Bowl in Jacksonville. After each of these events, Diddy appears to have thrown a wild, huge orgy. The alleged behavior is also consistent with a similar allegation in a lawsuit filed earlier this week, into which a woman alleges Diddy and a female celebrity R-worded her when she was 13. Lord have mercy. Diddy's attorney denied the latest allegation, saying that the truth will prevail, but it is insane to me that they have this. Diddy rented out a $20,000 per week place. 2 men have sex with each other whilst the sounds of laughter echoed through the room. It later appeared that Diddy himself took part in the action that night and held the camera from his point of view whilst he appears to engage in sex with a woman whilst these 2 men are going at it. No indication that his Super Bowl party guests were doing anything. So not only are New York Post saying that they have exclusively access to the trove, keyword trove, of videos, photos and etc., they're claiming that they have seen with Diddy and a younger male A-list celebrity, they also say that the videos that they've seen corroborate a lot of the events and locations, and also corroborate the recent 13-year-old allegation that came out, which a lot of people thought was crazy because what was a 13-year-old doing amongst these people? So the New York Post, this is a scathing article that has come out. It dropped 2 days ago, and I wanted to take some time outside of, when I was exploring the city, to really give you guys this information. The brutality of what the New York Post have is basically not good news for Diddy as well, because they are corroborating these lawsuits, these allegations, and also the fact that the younger male A-list celebrity was in this, and this is also being shopped around. Remember that lawyer, Ariel Mitchell Kidd, first said it, and the way she's been moving, a bit shifty towards, the situation, so I find it hard to believe her. But if New York Post are corroborating what she's saying, that this particular video, or whatever it is being shopped around, of course there's going to be major buyers for this video, because people are sick freaks, to be honest with you. But also there are people who would buy the video to delete it, as that was before. Because we know that there are some people who settled with BuzzFeed, allegedly from what he said. Basically, people want money, and this is a great way to bribe and extort people, whether it's legal or not, it doesn't matter. If people would pay money to shut these things up, because they would do anything to not associate themselves with this Diddy madness. People would pay up big figures for their names to not be printed next to Diddy. They don't want any of this stuff. They don't want to be associated with this in any way, shape, form, or capacity. I do feel sorry for who this young male A-list celebrity is. I do believe, inclined to believe it is Bieber, but it also could be someone like Jaden Smith, or it could be somebody else that we're not even expecting, that is an A-list individual that is totally under the radar right now, that perhaps has never been seen with Diddy publicly for us to even guess it's them. And therefore it could be someone like that we would be absolutely shocked by. So whilst we are inclined to think it's Bieber, I do urge you guys to keep your minds open to the possibility of anybody that you love or etc. doing something like this that would disappoint you. Please, celebrity idol worship is growing day by day by day, and it is so sad to see that the idolatry is really everywhere. You can't escape it. Your phones, cameras, TVs, so much form of celebrity idol worship, and it's truly sad to see, because when the going gets tough, beloved, and you're living paycheck to paycheck, and you're trying to pay your rent, your bills, your hospital bills for those countries that don't have free healthcare, and then you obviously have your parents' bills, or you are struggling with mental health issues, these celebrities that you worship so much ain't coming to save you, bro. Ain't coming to save you, beloved. The only person that's coming to save you is yourself. Do you understand? Pick your things up and fight for yourself, because nobody else is going to. This is what I'm saying. You're giving all your money to these celebrities, bro. But when the going gets tough, you're going to the tours, buying the merch, buying the CDs, the Spotify, everything. But when the going gets tough, do they fight for you? When the going gets tough, are they going to be paying your rent, your bills, your paycheck? Maybe an artist will give it to 2 people, but that's not a reflection of what's going on. I just feel like celebrity idol worship is growing so much that it has put us in a position where a lot of people don't have their priorities straight anymore. You are running for a tour, a gig, or etc., as opposed to making sure that you're okay because you worship this person in some kind of way. I'm not talking about liking an artist, liking somebody's music, appreciating their talent. That's different to idol worship, which is why I feel like this is happening massively right now. Honestly, it is. Honestly, it is. Subscribe or comment down below. Give this video a thumbs up. I would appreciate it. Shout out to anybody who's in Sicily, Italy right now, because that's where I am. Do subscribe to the channel. It is just one click. Send a super thanks if you guys wish to, and I'll catch you guys soon for another video, because this was not good news for Diddy in any capacity.
Today's video, we'll be looking at creepy and strange TikToks that will make you question your reality.
Meat, yeah, right? 3D printing a salmon, 3D printing a steak, right? Yeah. He said, well, you can't have an output without an input. So if you have a lab-grown meat, there has to be some kind of substance that you put into it in order for the machine to be able to output you a steak. And all of that, she said, is genetically modified soy.
Yeah.
So they're going to be putting soy into the machine, mixing it with the culture of that particular meat, creating a lab-grown meat, feeding it soy.
Yeah.
So the purchase of this large amount of farmland is for the intention of having everything be patented.
Unless I go far away.
It's still in push
Dude, that shit is fucking tripping me out.
Me too.
The phone doesn't even do it justice of what we're seeing. Yeah, the phone out is dropped.
I can spy a hobgoblin. Oh, now here's a surprise.
A splendid discovery.
I shall have to inform my own master.
Y'all see anything? I know I'm not seeing nothing.
Am I supposed to hear something else? Yep. What the hell is that? Oh my god. Okay.
It was a what?
Yep. What the hell is that? Oh my god. Okay.
What is this?
Thank you kindly. I did not mean to trouble you.
Stand firm! You must not let down your guard, even for a moment.
It's all ass in here. Sit back. Now, leave it to me to find something on this man's anyway. That probably one meant to slip
I'll
through.
collect that. You needn't trouble yourself.
Now, if you look down here, I know you see them little glowing eyes, right between that waist. Okay, now let's play with the saturation and the color and all that. But first, let's zoom in. Tell me that doesn't look like some sort of sea creature that we probably don't know the name of yet. Just in case you thought I was joking, he looks like he got an attitude. No shit. He looks like he got an attitude. He looks like he perhaps knows he's being filmed, or possibly he could be after some prey. Then when we take all the color out, he looks like a cute little albino koala bear, but don't let the looks fool you. Something random folks asked about the ocean. You know, one folks that started out researching the ocean. Y'all keep saying something random off the moon. There's something random about their water. Really wish we stopped doing half-ass sleep and ocean around. You know, we can get to the bottom of this and see what we have amongst us in the world. I feel like we deserve to know that.
Quick, douse the flames!
What's up? Does anybody have any information on this people? At first I thought, but I know those two red, those are heat sensors coming from eyes. So what you say? I don't know. And it wouldn't be so far-fetched because just like 2 months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, they found another over 100 new species of marine, including
we cannot expect gleaming treasures around every corner.
Fish, different sea cucumbers. I mean, it was crazy. So, who's to say that this can't be a thing? All I know is, I know why y'all ran about the ocean. I know why y'all don't study it anymore.
The walls are too close for comfort here. Should we encounter trouble, we will be at a disadvantage.
Let us proceed with caution. Eyes peeled, ears pricked.
Like there's things in the sky we don't know about. What's that?
95% of who we are by the time we're 35 years old is a memorized set of behaviors, emotional reactions, unconscious habits, hardwired attitudes, beliefs, and perceptions that function like a computer program. They get out of bed on the same side, they go to the toilet, they get a cup of coffee, they take a shower, they get dressed, they try to work the same way, they do the same things, they see the same people, they push the same emotional buttons, and that becomes the routine. It becomes like a program. So now they've lost their free will to a program, and there's no unseen hand doing it to them. So when it comes time to change, the redundancy of that cycle becomes a subconscious program. Then a person can say with their 5% of their conscious mind, I want to be healthy, I want to be happy, I want to be free. But the body's on a whole different program. You have to get beyond the analytical mind, because what separates the conscious mind from the subconscious mind is the analytical mind. And that's where meditation comes in, because you can teach people through practice how to change their brainwaves, slow them down. And when they do that properly, they do enter the operating system where they can begin to make some really important changes. Most people then wait for crisis, or trauma, or disease, or tragedy to make up their mind to change. And my message is, why wait? And you can learn to change in a state of pain and suffering, or you can learn to change in a state of joy and inspiration.
I think it's recently, like last Sunday, appeared on an Australian show. And when she sat down, the baby bump squashed, bent, and crumpled. Hold on. As ridiculous as it sounds, you know I did my research, and we've got the video. Hold on. So people started questioning, was this baby bump real or fake? Now take a look at the video. Okay, so here's Beyonce, and she's walking out, and everything is fine. She's 5 months pregnant. Then she sits down, And, okay, no, we're going to rerun it until you see it. Let's do it in slow motion. You'll notice she's either giving birth to a frisbee or Stewie from Family Guy. Look at the shape. Look, do you see it? Yeah, there it is, there it is. Okay, now let's bring it back and freeze it. Yeah, okay, we're analyzing. There it is. What is that?
That the former talk show host has been diagnosed with a form of dementia.
Heartbreaking news. Wendy Williams is suffering from dementia and aphasia.
Our master gives a gallant figure in the throes of battle, but is no less striking here in the campfire's glow.
Messed up. She got
I was just thinking that.
Been all messed up ever since then.
So let me get this straight. The soul is written for our health. The rap feature is big. And B2K's manager is Krista. Talk about a triple whammy. Triple whammy.
Good luck. Listen to this. It's gonna blow your mind.
Explain to you how the system works. So the first thing is they want us to be in jobs, J-O-Bs, because there they can transduce our most valuable resource, which is our time on the planet. Our effort, but our time on the planet. They can take that non-renewable resource, by the way, and transduce it into a debt instrument, Federal Reserve notes. Things they're not actually worth nothing. They're actually debt instruments. They're IOUs. And the rate of exchange for our time is so low, such that they can make a great deal of profit off of leveraging our time so that the companies make money and we make very little for what our time is really worth. Then, do they pay you your full measure? No. They take half of it out as withholding on taxes that are unconstitutionally levied against us to take away even more of that labor transduced into worthless units, only to return it over a year later after inflation has made it even less valuable. Then we spend what's left and have to pay an additional sales tax, 7, 8, 9, 10%. And one of my favorites is that even before we get those dollars, they take our money and put it aside for a retire in an IRA or a 401k. And we think that someday in the future, the IRS will honor its word and that we'll get that money back without tax. And the IRS has stated plainly that they'll change those rules on a whim, even though they said they can't be changed. Even if they did honor their word, by the time you get it back, it won't have even made up the value that inflation was degrading it in the first place, and you've lost money. You might as well have just taken the tax hit. And then, the pièce de résistance is that media cons us into thinking that we can have the riches of avarice by putting what's left of our money, after all the expenses and taxes, into a market that is designed to take our money and recycle it. And the best part about that is that we can't really deduct those losses more than $3,000 a year, and we will take up to 40% tax hit on the capital gains. Oh yes, and the more money you make, the more it's taxed.
Great, right?
If people's names aren't leaked, if information isn't leaked, the world will learn about it on November 13th. There is a way in which the world is 100% no stopping it going to learn about it on November 13th for the congressional hearings. Now, there's a dramatic way that can happen and an undramatic. If anybody were to fuck with witnesses or us or anybody involved, it's gonna be dramatic. And we don't want that. We want the information out. And if it's the dramatic way, then all of a sudden, other people coming forward too.
She knows.
444. Diddy is born on the 4th of November, Beyoncé is born on the 4th of September, Jay-Z is born on the 4th of December. Jay-Z got an album called 444. Beyoncé got an album called 4. The wedding of Beyoncé and Jay-Z was on the 4th of April. The daughter, Blue Ivy, got the Roman letter for 4. In Chinese, the letter 4 means this here. The album 444 was JZ's 13th album. 13 plus 4 plus 4.
If anybody were to fuck with witnesses, or us, or anybody involved, it's gonna be dramatic. And we don't want that. We want the information out. And if it's the dramatic way, then all of a sudden, other people come forward too.
She knows.
Come. We must be
444. Diddy is born on the 4th of November, Beyonce is born on the 4th of September, Jay-Z is born on the 1st of December. Jay-Z got an album called 444. Beyonce got an album called 4. The wedding of Beyonce and Jay-Z was on the 4th of April. The daughter, Blue Ivy, got the Roman letter for 4. In Chinese, the letter 4 is 444. Diddy is born on the 4th of November, Beyonce is born on the 4th of September, Jay-Z is born on the 4th of December. Jay-Z got an album called 444. Beyonce got an album called 4. The wedding of Beyonce and Jay-Z was on the 1st of April. The daughter, Blue Ivy, got the Roman letters for 4. In Chinese, the letter 4 means this here. The album 444 was Jay-Z's 13th album. 13 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4 equals 25. Here's 25. Beyonce. Rest in peace to Aaliyah, Queen of Urban Pop. 25. Rest in peace to Left Eye. We got crust here. 25. Michael Jackson, I see you just as soon as I. 25. The King of Pop. You got 3 25s and 3 crosses.
How many of us realize that Diddy produced Nipsey's album, Victory Lap? Supposedly they put him on last minute.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. I've been having this thought for a minute.
We are to retreat then. Right you are.
Yeah,
Really said, you know that Diddy is not a true It's funny how every time I mentioned that Lauren London set up Nipsey Hussle, people give him the same rate. And I'm like, what kind of mind control frequency do they have on this situation that causes the average person to become so enraged when I say that Lauren London was a honeypot for Diddy? And I'm going to take it a little step further and say it wasn't even the Dr. Sadie thing. Because we are learning to override poverty, sickness, and disease through mentality. We don't need to use matter and physicality anymore. We can do it with our mind. Formulate your mentality to step into abundant flow and to overcome any kind of sickness and disease. That's the next level of things. We'll be with you all. Stay tuned for money manifestation courses and how to formulate the mentality to override any kind of illness. Please be with you all.
It's round Scafo, well and true. We mustn't allow ourselves to become complacent. Take each trial as it comes.
Yeah, I went there. So if you're not up to speed, an Indian girl who recently moved to Canada was working at Walmart. She's named Lisa Brown, and she works in the bakery section. Because she was found in the bakery oven, locked into a walk-in bakery oven. Which is also strange because they're supposed to have security releases on the door. It quite literally looks like a big spring-powered button, almost similar to those that are in walk-in freezers. It's a legal requirement to have that release on whatever oven or freezer for it to be produced and used in a commercial setting. OSHA exists even with retail workers, if you didn't know. So that leads me to question, I mean, what could possibly happen? If there was a safety routine, there has to be in the oven. Why couldn't she get out? I don't think that somebody who recently immigrated to the country would go and hold themselves right after they did. If she was a leader, they're not releasing any of her information, so nobody even knows. Does it have something to do with the belief? Is that why they're saying not to speculate? I want to know your thoughts and opinions on that. And remember, if you don't have a safety release on your oven or freezer, don't fucking go in it. Call OSHA.
Yeah, that's a messed up situation.
Thank you kindly. I did not mean to trouble you.
You mustn't let this stop you.
This probably ain't even safe nowhere no more. The air, the water, the ground, chemicals everywhere.
Kind of initiation, commencement, whatever it is, where they really scrutinize you and they hear your voice and they see you and they interview you and they decide. Well, this year I think I'm just going to keep it simple. I do these elaborate things every year. I go, all over the place. I do, it's always so busy. So I just wanted to keep it real. I think I'm going over to Puff Daddy's house.
Really, that's just a nice sort of chestnuts roasting.
Beautiful.
Really nice atmosphere there.
Amazing. Bing Crosby playing.
Can you get up there?
You Bill Cosby. I don't know. Bing Crosby, Bill Cosby.
No one knows anymore.
I get mixed up.
The gold juice said I will live forever and I'll have whatever I want. The gold juice. You never offered gold juice?
No, I'm a scumbag comic. What's the gold juice?
I don't know, but I didn't drink it, and I didn't want it. And
is this in
I noticed when all the certain girls on orange chains. Yeah, it's a real thing. It's like a real thing.
A shocking interview with Jim Carrey just surfaced where Jim warned us about Diddy and the depraved Hollywood rituals that made him walk away from the industry for good. Jim hinted at some bizarre, almost cult-like behavior in Hollywood, and Diddy and his freak-off were just the tip of the iceberg. According to Jim Carrey, this wasn't a one-off thing. People think there's something much bigger going on in the industry. But these freak-offs are just a small part of something much more sinister. Over the years, Jim's made some cryptic comments in the interviews on social media, hinting that there's a side of Hollywood that the public never sees, and it's apparently involving all kinds of sick and twisted rituals. So what exactly did Jim Carrey say about these parties, and what are these dark rituals he's really talking about? Let's get into it.
They get out there in the woods in a circle naked, and they decide these things, and, look at them.
The ongoing drama around Diddy and his alleged crimes has sparked a major backlash against Hollywood, and fans are calling out celebrities for staying silent all these years because basically they're accusing him of being complicit in all these horrors we've heard in the Diddy lawsuit.
You want to align yourself with people that's going to be conducive to the people you want to form the frequency with. So if you got people that's conscious, you got people that's talented, and you got people like that, you want to form a frequency with them.
Hey.
A lot of times just by thinking of them.
Hey, yeah.
You see, you ever heard of, you talk me up. You call me up.
I'm just thinking about you.
Mm-hmm.
All of those things. And the chords are important, and you can also release chords as well, too. I don't know if you want to talk about that. And then the flying, like sometimes people can send messages to you if you're connected to them.
Yeah.
And it's important to stay with positive people because you can actually have somebody slime you and send some negative stuff.
That's true too. That's true too. That's why you like say positive people and stuff like that. Because what you got here is what had happened was with the sister that I was talking about. Exactly. She's a vampire now. She's an energy vampire.
But also the sincerity to his writing used to work well. I didn't notice until I met him, but he's when he refused to let he doesn't work.
She's a vampire. And things like that. Because what you got here is what had happened was with the sister that I was talking about. Exactly. She's a vampire now. She's an energy vampire.
Killing it. Pulse is no mean feat. It can be done.
Now, while the heart is exposed,
I'll collect that. You needn't trouble yourself.
And things like that. Because what you got here is what had happened was with the sister that I was talking about, exactly, she's a vampire now. She's an energy vampire.
But also the scariest thing is Rodney would refuse to wear clothes. And I didn't know this until I met him, but he...
What do you mean refuse to wear?
He doesn't wear clothes. No, listen,
there's too much here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to have another show.
No.
What do you mean he refused to wear clothes?
He wears like a red silk robe that he's had for like 12 years, and he doesn't wear anything on underneath it. And so it was very traumatizing for me to go, you know.
I think it's traumatizing for us hearing about it. And I am traumatized.
Yeah, but that's part of who he is Rodney. You know, you gotta respect that. I go to read for the script the first week of shooting, and he would just be sitting there, you know, in his silk robe. You know?
Okay, you have destroyed 14 careers. 14 careers in one interview. Incredible.
He's incredible.
Right now they're filing charges against Rodney in L.A. The whole cast is mad about you, and Chief West is being rounded up.
He's great, though. I gotta, you know.
Other than his constant nudity, the finest actor I ever met.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to have to run. We've run out of time. There was too much there.
That's great.
We have a little bit of an update on the situation with the Walmart employee, the 19-year-old girl that walked into a walk-in oven at Walmart. Now, this happened in Canada, and she was not able to make it out of this walk-in oven. Now, there was a recording release of the 911 call. I didn't really have much information.
I can't believe the actual fire is on video. That's terrible.
We've run out of time.
They did that on purpose.
There was too much there.
That's great.
We have a little bit of an update on the
Oh my God.
Walmart employee, the 19-year-old girl that walked into a walk-in oven at Walmart. Now, this happened in Canada, and she was not able to make it out of this walk-in oven. Now, there was a recording release of the 911 call. I didn't really have much information in it other than the fact that this 19-year-old had gotten inside of the oven in the bakery section and was not able to unlock the door or get out of the situation. During the time of this 911 call, the oven was still on, so it's just heartbreaking. The whole thing is just so heartbreaking because how does it even happen?
Yeah, how did it get on and she was in there?
Like what? And how does this girl not have anyone around her to, you know, check?
This is fishy. How did it get on? How did she go in there and then how did it come on?
We have much information in it other than
Stop the bull crap.
This 19-year-old had gotten inside of the oven in the bakery section and was not able to unlock the door or get out of the situation. During the time of this 911 call, the oven was still on, so it's just heartbreaking. The whole thing is just so heartbreaking because how does it even happen? Why is there such thing as a walk-in oven? Like what? And how does this girl not have anyone around her to even, you know, check or make sure that this oven didn't get locked? Like I said, ever since what happened to Kanika Jenkins, walking anything scares me. I will keep y'all updated on this situation. Rest in peace to the 19-year-old girl. Her identity still has not been, 19-year-old woman, her identity still has not been revealed to the public. So I'll let y'all know as I find out more information. But this is just so strange and heartbreaking.
Yeah, man, that is very heartbreaking.
The last report I got from your area was 50 to 60 people in western North Carolina that are already inexplicably sick. And by inexplicably, I mean they don't know what's wrong with them. And the reason for that is all kinds of shit has washed into that river. Literal human feces from septic tanks that were ruptured, wastewater treatment plants, thousands of cadavers, even though the official reporting is that it's only 213 deaths. Well, that conflicts with one coroner that I personally spoke with that had 1,200 people in reefer trailers, and another EMT that told me he was stacking body bags in the back of ambulances like 40 days. Okay? So So you're thinking on the 2013, but they found in the history in the rivers and underneath 20 to 30 foot of mud in some areas. This is why the down dogs are sitting on entire valleys, not just a spot or two, the entire valley is filled with bodies. Then you've got dead animals. Then you've got wastewater treatment plant, septic tank. You've got FS, nuclear fuel services, that lost the official reporting is they lost training barrels, right? Training barrels, 55 gallon drums for use for training purposes. Even though, part of what we do on the Caleb House side is very intelligence driven. And so some of my Caleb House guys came up with grindstone operation because we needed intelligence. Well, we spoke to the former training manager at NFS who said, no, those aren't training barrels, those are live barrels.
Wow.
And officially the number was, well, it's just one live barrel. And it was 5 live barrels. And it was a semi-load, 250 55-gallon drums. And we know because the semi was found and documented under 10 foot of mud. So you've got nuclear fuel or waste fuel. You also have the facility at NFS. They said they lost a pole barn in the flooding. They did it. They lost a 10,000 square foot decontamination unit and all the decontaminated parts and all the decontamination equipment lost in the river. And you've got a PVC plant. You've got multiple concrete plants. All of which lost into the river. And part of the problem here is that there are hundreds of homes that should be condemned. And I'm not for the government condemning people's homes.
That's just a position, too.
This is Beyonce, this is her daughter Blue Ivy, and this is Kathy Coriana White. Kathy is standing next to Claudia Jordan. Here is Kathy partying with Jay-Z and Diddy in Las Vegas. Kathy passed away on September the 1st in 2011, 4 months between the birth of Blue Ivy and the death of Kathy. Here is Claudia Jordan, here is Diddy, here is Jay-Z, and here is Katie. And she was found on the floor in her apartment when she left this realm. On her last album, she wrote a song called Daughter. The lyrics goes like this. Remember, Kathy lived in a poor apartment.
So I pull up to the store, and I saw the lights back behind me, right? So that store's got going on. I looked up, and that star was twinkling a little differently. What is going on up there? Ladies and gentlemen, that's a star in the night sky. Right there, and it hasn't moved. Stars aren't supposed to do that. Stars are not supposed to look like that store's front light.
Oh, he's hitting them. No reason. Dang. Stay out of it. They gotta stop resisting. They just beat him up. And yelling at him. It's all on video.
I don't get you. I don't get to beat somebody up like that.
Yeah. That's why I don't want to get arrested. I don't care if it's for speed and nothing. I do not want them behind me. I don't know what happened here. He was mad.
I want you to see the real time of these. Now I want to show you something neat. Show you how fast the action is. And you might be quite startled. Please zoom in.
Let me see.
This is real-time view of a magnetic field. Now, I'm going to make a few of these tonight, these ferro cells. Not the viewing device, which is just a ring of LEDs. You can actually see the plane of inertia. Look at that. In 42 Gauss, 10 millimeter balls. Now I'm going to replace those with a broken ring magnet. What do you think a broken ring magnet looks like? Absolutely stunning. If you actually had this in your hands and you look down on it from a steep angle instead of down below like the camera's doing right now, you turn this with my son. See, this is real time. There are no electronics or power here other than the LED power and lighting that's driving the LED. This is a new, wholly new, much faster, more sensitive ferro cell creation. Much faster. Take that off.
I'd sooner know about those who they mean us harm. We can't but defend ourselves.
This is education of the mutation of my polygon. And I go into here, this is the ring magnet. Infinitely more sensitive. Can you see inside there? A magnet and little cube. Just line it on here.
Pyramid magnet. It's an important magnet to look at through how, they can create these magnetic fields, and then you start thinking about the structures,
Truly are formidable.
they have. When you start thinking about these things, it just takes you down a whole rabbit hole. Yeah, guys, these are one of the most frequent strange secrets that are out there. Is that the content of shootings are some kind of government conspiracy to control us.
The internet is so censored.
Saying that they're going around shooting up schools to advance gun control. That is an insult to people that have lost children.
The CIA coined the term conspiracy theory for people who, like me, think outside of the box. The word conspiracy means to conspire or to go against. So they are saying that we are thinking of theories to go against the government. I don't consider myself a conspiracy theorist. I consider myself a theorist. Mass shootings are what the government calls false flags. It's something to push a narrative or an agenda. One of the casualty events that really struck a chord with me was the Aurora, Colorado Batman movie shooting. I don't think he acted alone because I don't think he did it. There are multiple gas masks leading away from the movie theater in the parking lot. There are witnesses stating they saw people running out towards the area where the gas masks were found. And then the shooter himself is found in his car, so incapacitated that he can't even stand up and walk to the cop car. For Columbine, several students said that people came in normal clothing and just started shooting after Dylan and Eric had already gone through everything. There are people who ran for cover at hotels for the Las Vegas shooting who said there were people walking down the streets going into hotels trying to shoot at people further. Victims and eyewitnesses tend not to lie about things like that. It is a traumatic moment and you're going to remember every second of that.
Do you think these mass shootings are inside jobs?
Yes.
False flags?
Yes.
What do you think about the concept of Occam's razor or the principle of parsimony?
I'm not familiar with that.
It is the scientific principle that says the simplest explanation is typically correct. It's like you say you can see a light in the sky, and you can say, well, that could be a UFO, or it could be a star, or it could be just a natural phenomenon, or it could be aliens invading the Earth, which is the most likely explanation. And Occam's razor, the principle of parsimony, is the simplest explanation of phenomenon is often the best one. And you're saying that these mass shootings are some kind of government conspiracy to control us and make us dependent on the government by giving up our guns so they can control us completely. Correct?
That's correct, yes.
How likely is that? As opposed to someone being deranged and doing something based on that deranged thinking.
Well, don't get me wrong, there are people out there that are deranged and do awful things at their own volition. It just gets to a point where the government has lied several times about incidents to cover things up. And so when they're plastering it on the TV for days and days and days, why? Why do we need to see this awful stuff for days and weeks on end? It's just, it makes you wonder, they've proven through declassified documents that they do awful events and they cover it up so that we don't know. I wish I knew why they do it, but
data storage should be simple, not stressful. Yes, here we are, struggling with silos like we're in the Well, that's a big leap to saying that they're going around shooting up schools and killing children to advance gun control. And the reason I'm focusing on that is because that is an insult to people that have lost children. It's an insult to people that have suffered the pain of all of this, to muddy the waters by saying their own government is in there shooting their children. I think that is an absurd assertion for which you have absolutely no evidence whatsoever, but yet we ask you, show us your evidence for that. You say, well, Google it.
That was actually not my answer. I couldn't provide my sources because the internet is so censored that everything that existed has been gone.
Well, I'm actually summarizing your answer because there are some things you said you didn't want to talk about because you didn't want to open yourself up to being sued.
Correct.
So don't criticize me for summarizing your answer because you asked me not to be specific.
No, there are a lot of
If you want to get specific, I can get damn specific.
And I don't mean any sort of disrespect to victims because they are victims. I think it is absolutely disgusting that the government would do things to our own citizens of this country like that. And that's why I say what I say. MK Ultra stands for Mind Control Ultra, and it was a program that the CIA started in the early 60s as experiments to mess with brainwaves to see if they could manipulate us into doing things. I think that the government does this to not let us know that we truly have the power. If we had to go against the government, we would take control.
Well, tonight we're pulling back the curtain on Americans believe in at least one of them. 50% of Americans. What do you think happened to the brain?
I think it went missing because it could prove that there was more than one shooter.
You think somebody has it?
I think they probably destroyed it.
You don't think any or most of the high-profile shootings have been reported straight?
No.
You think the Las Vegas shooting was not reported straight? You think the Aurora shooting was not reported straight? The JFK shooting, the Columbine shooting, you think they were all distorted in the way they were reported?
Yes.
Despite the fact that there were extensive investigations that confirm what's been reported.
Yes, and there's still a lot of declassified information that we don't know yet either.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of information you do know.
Yeah.
And that you discount that.
I don't discount it, but I ask questions, and I look at where the pieces don't fit for me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, James says he believes that Diddy and Jeffrey Epstein have a lot in common. What are some of the parallels that you're talking about with Diddy and Epstein?
Yes, so recently his ex-producer, Rodney Jones, detailed in about an 87-page lawsuit that Diddy was, drugging people, lacing drinks with drugs, sex trafficking, hiring prostitutes, and he says he witnessed them commit murder. He also alleges that there's cameras throughout all of Diddy's homes and properties, and that he has film of athletes, politicians, and artists. And, a lot of parallels there between it. If he changes his name again, it's probably going to be Lil Epstein.
Do you think there was a connection between the two?
I haven't seen any evidence of that. I think he was just doing it for personal power and gain.
Mm-hmm.
But if he ends up killing himself, or overdoses anytime soon, maybe that would even draw more similarities.
What do you do with this information?
I typically post on my Facebook. I ask people to convince me I'm wrong, and sometimes they change my mind, and sometimes they don't.
And does Facebook allow it to stay up? Do they ever take it down?
I've had friends say they can't find certain posts, but I don't experience it myself.
Yeah. Have you had things taken down?
Yes, I have had things taken down.
Have you had things taken down?
Absolutely.
How many people here in the studio audience have put things up on social media and had them taken down? Stand up if you've had stuff taken down. Okay. So it was something content-wise that they took that, right? Very interesting.
We're always looking for evidence to prove ourselves right.
It all started in 2001 when a guy in a bar asked Perez if he'd heard of Jones and his InfoWars prank. Before long, Perez was lost in the world of the Illuminati, satanic pedophiles, and the New World Order.
At the time, I had a lot of depression, a lot of anxious thoughts, and the idea that there's some kind of evil force on the outside telling me to explain why I was so miserable.
He says conspiracy theories still believe.
I wanted to be that person that had that knowledge coming down the hill saying, you guys, I have this knowledge that can help everybody.
Today, Perez is what you might call a recovery conspiracy, and he's trying to help others get the past.
Well, Antonio says he was suicidal over a girl when he first got into this conspiracy world and kind of got pulled into it. You say this helped your depression, essentially. Was it just a distraction?
Yeah, at the time, I've been depressed most of my life, had a lot of childhood trauma. And these conspiracy theories that helped me to think it was things on the outside. It was the Illuminati. That's why the world came into it. It wasn't what I was doing from the inside.
Okay, so you found somebody to blame it on.
Yeah.
When you started pulling back from that and owning it and dealing with it, did it get better?
Yes. And even up until a few months ago, I had like maybe 1% that still believed in 9/11 was an inside job, which I actually had dealt with had a therapist that helped me to get rid of that last little bit. It was it didn't happen overnight. It was a kind of a gradual process.
Mm-hmm. You know, the number one need among all people is acceptance. Our number one fear is rejection. I see people sometimes in these conspiracy theorist groups that they find bonding, they find acceptance. You have people that think the way they do, and so they start talking to each other, and they find a sense of kinship among people that share their thoughts. Did that happen with you?
100%. When I found the online community, it fed into the confirmation bias. So that's when I became, it was almost like a pyramid scheme. I got pulled into it, and I wanted to pull other people into it. Mm-hmm. to wake people up, I guess. We could all be one miserable mess together.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting how much that is true in society right now. How much people live in bubbles. Maybe the conspiracies don't sound as strange when you talk about them out loud as saying, you know, the moon landing never happened or whatever. That may sound pretty far out for some people, but right now we do have a nation that's living in bubbles. And it's like, hey, come over and get in our bubble here. We'll tell each other what we think, and we'll all think the same way, and we belong to something. And we don't want to hear what somebody else thinks, which creates division and kind of an inbred thinking. But that's really true in conspiracy theory groups, right?
Oh, yeah.
And what if somebody starts to question the theory? Somebody starts to push back and go, hey, you know, come on, this is getting a little weird.
At least for me, a lot of conspiracy theorists will call people sheep. I almost sort of a mental block, and I just thought, like, oh, they don't want to know. But if someone pushed back on me, I would go back and I would do more research, I would watch more videos just to reinforce my faith and keep that feeling of safety and acceptance.
You know, the most dangerous lie is that which has the kernel of truth. And, you know, everything that everybody's talked about here, there's a kernel of truth in some of everything. I mean, the government does do bad things. They do cover up. There are things that maybe it's 10 years later, 20 years later, it is found out that they weren't telling the truth about something. And so you go, well, there you go.
You have right, uncensored, live Q&A part 2. Part 1, we had almost 13K at the peak. The chat was going so fast, Ron had to put it on slow-mo. He's got his rose-tinted glasses on tonight because he knows it's just going to bedazzle his mind.
Yeah, it's going to be a wild one. Yeah.
So Ron is assisting here, co-hosting. Because it's going to be too much for me to handle.
It was madness last week. I mean, and like I said, we slowed it down and it was still crazy. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes tonight.
If you have
make a fuss and stir from time to time.
If you want to support Jaguar's important work, all of her links are in the description box below this video. You can go there, you can follow, you can message her. And she's on a mission, making waves at the tip of the spear right now, exposing these monsters. Thank you everyone who's put questions in. Put your questions in the chat. We're going to try and get through as many as possible. But I will hand it right over to Ron, who's got the first question, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, not on the spot at all. So, Jaguar, thank you very much for being here again. I'm super excited to be able to have a moment of your time. And one thing that everyone has been asking me to ask you about is one woman in particular who's been surrounded by some rumours. And I wanted you, if you could possibly, as best you can, you know what I'm saying, talk about her involvement with any of this, if any. And that woman is Oprah. And a lot of people seem to be almost calling Oprah out as somebody who's, you know, passing the torch to a younger, you know, singer, shall we say. Won't necessarily go into too many names. But where do you stand with Oprah and her involvement with Diddy, the cabal, all of this? Is she a central point within all of this?
So I want to see if I can pull something up.
All right, yeah, go for it.
So I can see
That's right.
I'll just add an allegedly the wrong question.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
Don't fuck with Jaguar. Don't fuck with her because like that's a little too much. But wait a second. But if she's being transparent and if she's telling the truth, then what do you mean? How are we supposed to just?
Well, the very same people that are saying don't fuck with her, they're saying that because they can't fuck with me. You gotta understand there's an added bonus that a lot of people ain't looking at. I'm more talented than every last one of those motherfuckers.
How about that?
And if I actually try to make all of that bullshit that I disgusted work, I would have been better than all of them, and they know that. See, the people that are happy being quiet are the people that are praying I never get a shot because they'll disappear. No different than when Chris Brown gets on stage with any other male performer, they disappear. You know, like, that's what I do.
But we are
So absolutely. Absolutely. No one wants to compete with real talent. And guess what? Real talent gets a real say. And look at all of the people with real talent that just won.
Yeah.
One way or the other.
Yeah.
I think
we'll try.
Why?
We'll try. This is clear.
I will protect you.
I wonder who that was.
Listen, don't Facebook mum post me where you give me half a post just so I can follow up with a tell me please, because you're putting me on the cliffhanger here. Yeah.
That was a member of the cast of Empire.
Okay.
He has some very interesting things to say about that woman you did that to about.
Oh, hey, goddamn, all right. Okay, we're taking the long road to the answer. Okay, we're building this stage. I like it. We're Tolkien in this. All right. So,
That's the first time anybody's heard that.
There we go. Exclusive. If the channel is gone tomorrow, everyone, you will know why. Some things are too exclusive.
Let me play this again.
So.
Yes, and it's an upper head drugs.
Say, look. No different than when Chris Brown gets can pull something up.
All right, yeah, go for it.
So I can see
That's
how
right.
I'll just add an allegedly the wrong question.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Are still like but don't fuck with Jaguar. Don't fuck with Jack. Don't fuck with her because like that's a little too much. But wait a second. But if she's being transparent and if she's telling the truth, then what do you mean? How are we supposed to just?
Well, the very same people that are saying don't fuck with her, they're saying that because they can't fuck with me. You gotta understand there's an added bonus that a lot of people ain't looking at. I'm more talented than every last one of those motherfuckers.
How about that? Listen,
and if I actually try to make all of that bullshit that I disgusted work, I would have been better in all of them, and they know that. See, the people that are happy being quiet are the people that are praying I never get a shot because they'll disappear. No different than when Chris Brown gets on stage with any other male performer, they disappear in real life. That's what I do.
But we are run by mediocrity, though.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. No one wants to compete with real talent. And guess what? Real talent gets a real say. And look at all of the people with real talent that just won.
Yeah.
One way or the other.
Yeah.
People try.
People think that it's just clear cut. It's like, oh, there's some white man, like in the Billie Holiday story, there's some white man with a needle or with some drugs.
No, it's not that.
It's done through our people. It's done through our people. And it's very strategic in the way that it's done.
It's a very elegant design.
Yes, and it's an upper echelon thing where you become, where it's like, oh, try this, like going to parties. Oh, there's gold blunts being passed around as cocktail as if it's hors d'oeuvres, but you don't know what's in those blunts.
That's why they called me a knock back in the day when I used to go.
Okay.
I wonder who that was.
Listen. Don't Facebook mum post me where you give me half a post just so I can follow up with a tell me please, because you've got me on the cliffhanger here. Yeah.
That was a member of the cast of Empire.
Okay.
He had some very interesting things to say about that woman you just asked me about.
Oh, hey, goddamn, all right. Okay, we're taking the long road to the answer. Okay, we're building the stage. I like it. We're talking in this. All right. So
that's the first time anybody's heard that.
There we go. Exclusive. If the channel is on tomorrow, everyone, you will know why. Some things are too exclusive. But can you elaborate a little bit more on it? Because it's just...
Oprah Winfrey has been tied to so many awful people.
Yeah.
And the things that she's done throughout the years have only been in service to her. She called herself a friend to Luther Vandross, and the way she exploited him at the end of his life. But she's also friends with Clive Davis. Clive Davis was managing Luther Vandross.
I fear our equipment may rust in these conditions.
Grumbling isn't like to improve our situation.
Raven, are you alright?
The way she exploited him at the end of his life. But she's also friends with Clive Davis. Clive Davis was managing these
Can you elaborate a little bit more on it? Because it's just...
Oprah Winfrey has been tied to so many awful people.
Yeah.
And the things that she's done throughout the years have only been in service to certain people. She called herself a friend to Luther Vandross, and the way she exploited him at the end of his life. But she's also friends with Clive Davis. Clive Davis was managing Luther Vandross. Just like he managed Janis Joplin, just like he managed Whitney Houston. You know, Oprah, when she first did that hit piece on me, it was terrible. And then to watch the way Lee Daniels, Oprah, and Tyler Perry created an alliance that has done nothing but keep African American artists working for bottom pay and bottom tier while still putting out Oscar winning and award winning.
Yeah, I think, well, there we go. Okay, because that's kind of where we were all at with it. And
that young man that I was speaking to actually referred to her later in that conversation as the black GA.
That isn't that. I mean, that's not the title you want. I'm just going to say, like, I'm just saying that's not a good one. But that's kind of where we were all at. If I'm being honest with you, Jaguar. And
I'm still not understanding how G-Lane made it to jail and Naomi Campbell didn't.
Listen, I don't know much about Naomi Campbell, but when you look at that woman,
I know her better than I should. I can tell you what her leg parts look like.
Listen,
she tells me.
Listen, Jaguar. Okay, as much as I'd like to delve into that conversation, when I look at her,
you don't want to delve into that.
when I look at her, she's got this face, Jaguar, that is like one of those people that we were talking about before we start. Incapable of love. She has this, and this is not allegedly, this is my opinion when I look at this woman's face. She has a real level of darkness, and if no one else was around, she looks like she'd flay you for fun. Okay? Like, that is what I get from her. And it's keeping them, it really is. Yeah, I mean, that's understandable.
I get it so widely accepted as normal.
Yeah.
Like, why is nobody holding an oath to speak to the fire about her relationship with jail? After all of these years of almost, it's silly. In this day and age, anyone who is alternative lifestyle, part of the LGBTQIA plus community, if you're still lying about it now, just because you like lying. Nobody cares who you love anymore. Love who you love.
Yep, I agree. Essentially, 100%.
You know, a lot of people have issues with me. They say I'm polarized, and they say I'm contradictory. They say I'm hypocritical. They say, how can you believe in God and you can support the homosexual agenda? How can you say that you're a Christian and you're bisexual and you're this? And it's funny because they have this thing called the Bible. And it says all kinds of real things that people skip over. Like you're supposed to love everyone as yourself, no matter who they are.
Yeah.
See, if we all followed that, there would be no crime. There would be no trafficking. You wouldn't be able to hurt a child because you would see your child when you look at that child. But there was just association. And me and Jonathan Hay got into that briefly when we were talking for the first time at Real Life about how even though they all knew that Rihanna was a teenager, they were trained to not look at her as a teenager. They were trained to look at her as marketing her as an adult. They were trained to see, and that was their job.
Yeah.
It's systematic dehumanization, turning a human being into a widget so you don't have to feel bad for what you do to it. And that's what industrializing art has done. And now, thing is art, even cruelty.
Oh man, yeah.
We've got quite a few questions coming in about Clive Davis. So one person's asking who tells Clive Davis what to do, and Queenie is asking, was Clive Davis involved with Jerome?
I pray to God not, because Gerald is one of the great loves of my life. He was an amazing mentor, he was an amazing friend, he was an amazing artist, and at one time he was an amazing lover of my life. And I was an adult. I was in my late 20s, early 30s when Gerald passed away. Actually, it was right around. And then Sean died 6 months after that. You know, a lot of people really don't even look at the bravery of Eddie Levert, Pop Eddie, or as we all call him, Uncle Eddie, you know. He lost 2 sons in 6 months who were stars in this business. And nobody ever really looked into any of that. They just landed on, you know, it's so funny. People say, oh, he died of pneumonia, oh, he died of this, oh, he died of that. And nobody bothers to find out what their health was like leading up to it. Look at Uncle Ron.
Yeah, somebody was just talking about Uncle Ron about
all of a sudden now, he just died from pneumonia. So far, pneumonia, just like Ken Porter.
Yeah, it's highly suspicious. It really is.
Russell Simmons going online after Andrew Worrell died and blaming his death on bad health choices. And all you have to do is be like him and do a lot of yoga and drink wheatgrass, and you'll live forever.
Is that not a testament to the cabal and who owns the media, controls the narrative, who owns the industry, controls the industry, who owns the banks? It just as it keeps going. Because this is the problem that we face, Jaguar, is there's no way to, this is why we're all here now. This is how we get the truth out now, because there is no uncontrolled outlet in amongst this entire web. You know yourself, we're not talking about a bunch of people that got together last year to put all this together. This is thousands of years of bloodline tradition and things that normal individuals have no concept of. You know?
Well, that's because they've been tricked into not acknowledging it. Hypnosis is in most of our programming on media.
Yeah.
It's there. You want to know, you remember that movie, The Bad Batman, before Christopher Nolan saved us all? But there was Jim Carrey when he was the Riddler.
Yeah, the Dark Times, I remember that.
He had that little thing that you put on your head. And TV came into your mind.
Oh yeah, okay, I'm with you, yeah.
And everybody went out and bought one, and he had everybody tapped into his technology, and he was like, all right, let's take them all down. How is that any different than social media, right?
Well, here's the thing. For anyone that's sitting there going, sure, Jaguar, when you see people go to a hypnosis show, and they bring up a whole bunch of people on stage, and there's some people that can get hypnotized, and there's some people that can't, and then they start, and then there's some people who go into deep hypnosis, and some people who don't. Imagine that on an entire global scale, through subliminal messaging, through sounds, through symbology, through repetition. And okay, I'm waiting.
Okay, I can give them a better example.
Oh, I can bet you can. Let's go.
How many people have seen Orlando Brown go wild on people in the interview? And go wild like he went wild on me.
Okay.
Do you remember, at one moment I called him over and I whispered something into his ear and he laughed at me.
Oh man, see that's what scares me about you, man. Because you know Game of Thrones with the whole that, you know what I'm saying? Like just if you're talking to Jaguar and her hands are on the table, you're safe. But the minute that happens, she's making a call, alright?
Wait a minute, let's not get right to get out. Don't give me the story. That's true.
I'm just saying, I'm glad you're on our side, you know what I'm saying? That's all.
Well, thank God for that. And that's what really makes my enemies so angry. I
Alright.
learned what they do. I learned their practices, and I learned how to use them against them. And that's why really people are upset with me, and that's why people can't come after me the way they want to. They would love to come after me, but they can't. I know all of those secrets, and I know how to use them against them. You know, the smartest thing that a whistleblower can do is force her enemy to tell the truth.
Oh my God, that is delicious. Yes. Yes. 100%. I was speaking about, people were asking me in the Daily Show, you know, why Jaguar hasn't been sued, why is she not being stopped? And I'm saying because she's done this in the smartest possible way. You know, she's made sure that the biggest stuff is keeping her alive that she doesn't talk about. Okay, and I'm not saying that's what it is, I'm just allegedly saying that's what it is.
Oh, no. Trust me, there are things that I do not talk about.
I know.
I can't talk about, and I won't talk about unless I'm in court.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying.
If I'm going to risk my life for it, and the lives of the people that have been counting on me to win, you know, if people only knew how many people are counting on me to win so that they can live again. A lot of people don't realize that.
Yeah, we're here with you, man.
I chose to be out front.
Yeah.
I can take it. There's a lot of people that can't.
I hear you.
And I need people to remember that. You know, especially a lot of these people that like to do disinformation about me. You remember, you're not hurting just me. Matter of fact, you're not hurting me at all. All you're doing is giving me a reason to keep coming, keep standing, not folding, not bending. But you might just be making someone who's been terrified for the past 5 or 10 or 15 years, you might be just making them not be so sure that it's safe to come outside. It hurts me every time I see one of these platforms praise these demons. It hurts me because there's that one girl whose parents are at drugs or on drugs at home, who's 14 years old, and all she can do is try to figure out how to get out. And she might be willing to take that chance to go to one of those parties. We gotta stop making.
You're talking about thousands of women. Let's be honest. It's not a hypothetical. That is the story of thousands and thousands of individuals. Listen, almost 7,500 of you watching right now. Can we get some likes? Can we get some shares? Let's push this out. Okay. Don't know if you've noticed, but Jaguar is here. All right. Can we get some shares out, please? Let's go.
And Jaguar's got a theory of the Diddy playing that we were discussing. Let's get into that.
Let's get into that. Because we were chatting, and now that we've got Mr. Roro down here, I want to row the boat.
Let's go. Let's go. I'm ready.
So what is your theory, Jaguar, about the Diddy playing?
Why is no one more interested in it? Why hasn't that pilot been questioned yet about what was on that plane and what went off that plane? You know, the day that Diddy's house was raided, pay attention to the 24 hours that happened before the news. Kim Kardashian unfollowed him, which we now know she was very involved in the Diddy lifestyle. Diddy was supposed to be going on vacation with his daughters, but he didn't do that. He's supposed to be in Los Angeles, but when they found him, he was wandering around at an executive airport in Florida. Not on Star Island, where that house was being raided. Yet, they thought he was on a plane that left Los Angeles and ended up down in Peakwood, over there by the Bermuda Triangle, where there's unprotected waters. And things were done out of that plane, allegedly. So, we need to really, I think, We need to look at that.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say that is because 1,000 bottles of baby oil, which we now know was only a carrier vehicle for, the pharmaceutical inside. We know about the almost 1,000 dildos. We know that he is a premier butt plug collector. We've got every kind of illegal essay from VHS all the way up to telephone stream. Of all of it, this was all left behind for the authorities to be able to find. So what went out on the plane? What went out on the plane? If someone's going to go through the trouble of loading up a plane, not with persons, but with God knows what, and sending the government on a wild goose chase to where things were allegedly dumped in unprotected waters where they can't be recovered or investigated?
Well, here's the thing. If we're speaking logically, right? Were we talking about super deep water? Or are we talking it must be far out at sea, right? So a lot of things are.
Antigua is where they said that they had spotted it, but not far from that is the Bermuda Triangle, and over there I can tell you, governments go to lose things there all the time.
Right. Okay. Because that seems like if you're going to dump something and you're dropping it down and you're sinking it, you got to make sure that ain't coming back up to the surface. Do you know what I'm saying?
You got to make sure that nobody's going to go to that area to try to find it.
Yeah. I'm thinking, I'm just pulling things out of my backside here. But
that parties are dangerous because if that boat goes out into unprotected waters, there is no law or jurisdiction that can do anything about anything that happens. That's why billionaires love their boats. Because you're your own country on your boat. What happens if the devil is the president of that private country? And these girls, they go to these parties. Oh yeah, we're having a white party. Come, get on the boat to hell. And now you're out there in the water with no phone. The phone's been collected, no light. They spend a lot of time in these private places where there's no government regulation or authority.
What if it was a regular trip to dump discarded sacrificial carcasses, shall we say, and it's only really popped up on the radar because we're all watching Diddy right now, and this was just the weekly trip, or taking out the trash, if you will.
It's what they discovered is as damning as it is. What the hell did they disappear? It had to be worse.
Yeah.
Because it seems like if you were going to be dumping evidence, you would have got the baby oil and the butt plugs and all of that stuff and the videotape and got that on the plane and put that out there.
Yeah. How much stuff is there when you've had time to clear it all out, but there's still 1,000 bottles of baby oil left? Okay? See what I'm saying?
You must have had a lot of stuff.
That's what I'm saying. It was. Yeah, I agree. It's a matter. Wait, listen. I've sort of my suggestion out there. Do you want to sort of speculate on what you think is being dumped out there? Or am I too stupid to read in between the lines that you've already spelled out and I've missed your new ones?
Chance to spend the money on pilots, the ghost flight plan, the fuel, on a crunch. Because don't forget, you're getting this out of there before HIS shows up. So you gotta remember, this is all in a crunch. Kim Kardashian unfollows him. Diddy is supposed to be in LA, but he's actually already in Florida. But his plane leaves from LA and goes past Florida out to unprotected waters where things were allegedly dumped. And that went out first. And you left all of this stuff up? Well, that had to be terrible things. Maybe it was the kind of things that would guarantee life without parole. Immediate. It had to be worse than what they found.
Yeah, you've knocked out of the park in a depressingly, like, reality check way.
And now, Diddy's, delusional, in psych ward hell, making crazy collect calls, get rid of all the pizza boxes and recycle all the plastic.
Oh, we're going to play that call as well. Let me get that up.
Do you know what's odd? That call with about the get rid of the plastic came out, and then 3 days later, Busby releases images that contain little plastic vials from the case, and it was the way that data all came out. I was just like, this is unreal. This is unreal.
Welcome to my world.
Do you think there was?
Let's play that section.
Oh wait, no, I've got a better copy for you if you want.
Ooh.
I've got a better copy. Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Thank you, Glory. And love to everyone that's here. Thank you for joining us.
Just fill the dead space for me while I'm looking for this.
Have you got the full thing, Ron? Is that what you
Yeah. Just give me 1 second.
Okay, great.
I'm going to calm down for just 1 second while we get this.
Go for it. Everybody in the chat, thank you for watching. We do actually have a sponsored ad. Let's put that on first, Ron. Get that playing while you sort this out.
Roger.
The Nord. And so this podcast is brought to you with sponsor NordVPN. Not only is it super secure with NordVPN, but if you want to watch something, if you're in a foreign country, for example, I've got my podcast, my documentary coming out with Sammy the Bull in September 26th in America. If you're in the UK, you can't see it here. Use the VPN, NordVPN. It will get you in and you'll be able to watch it. As you can see, I've got my VPN on the United States presently. The most VPN providers are offering online threat protection, but when you look closely, it's just simple DNS filtering. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro offers advanced digital protection from malware and online threats. You're downloading a file and you're worried that something is attached to it. Threat Protection Pro checks it for malware. For a while, I couldn't click on any links. It was driving me mad. My channel got hacked when I clicked on a false sponsored ad link, and I lost my channel for days. Well, you can rest easy. Threat Protection Pro blocks websites that are fake, malicious, or used for phishing, fraud, or scams. Get rid of the pop-ups flooding your screen? Yep, it gives you a completely smooth browsing experience. NordVPN protects you from the various attacks: man-in-the-middle attacks, phishing, password attacks, DDoS, malware, malvertising, ransomware, half of which I have suffered no more, thanks to NordVPN. If you're watching this on YouTube, the link is in the description box below this video and in the comments. NordVPN are helping sponsor these podcasts, and you can get 4 months extra on a 2-year plan at my link, https://nordvpn.com/atwood. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. Let me just say that the money from tonight's sponsored ad is getting donated to a good cause. So, Ron, have you got the call?
Absolutely. All right, so this is all of the calls put together with the audio cleared up because I'm a massive nerd. So let's get into it.
But you'll listen to my entertain none of this nonsense and nothing over the phone. All the leftover pizza boxes. The what? All the boxes left over from the pizza. All the boxes. Okay. Make sure you recycle the plastic like you talked about. Jay, reach out here. Nah, Bob, he ghosting. I just want to do it. He's tweeting out because I'm in here. It's all good. You about to get out on bail. Jay, reach out here. Nah, Bob, he ghosting. I just want to do it. He's tweeting out because I'm in here. It's all good. You about to get out on bail. Hey, yo, check this out. I need you to reach out to the producer. Let him know there's a release date for that new Netflix movie. It's getting crazy right now. Everybody out there quiet as more. Exactly. We gonna let them have their good fun, but I'm still gonna have the last laugh. Justin said, what should he do about his window? Man, the shit you're talking about, you know what I'm dealing with right now? I know it, but I told this dude that, hey, check this out, tell his light skin ass to go make a club appearance or something. Look, to make some money, you 30 years old, this shit, he owns it called, hey, I told him drop some music. I'm about to drop a new track this week. Everybody gonna want to hear my set. Like, man, I'm not doing that shit. Y'all need to stay quiet. I can rap though. We got attention right now. Man, just do what I told you to do. And don't forget about the list. Make sure that kid's fucking fine. Alright. Got all these lawsuits done, Pop. Ain't none of them G's shit. I ain't worth nothing. Ain't got shit in my name anyway. Don't worry about it. Put some money hungry.
All right. So I just want to comment on something, Sean. A lot of people are questioning the legitimacy of this. So if I was Didion in prison, right, it makes more sense for me to put a script out and have AI generate the conversation so that I've got deniability of the existence, mentioning these things, and all the rest. It makes way more sense for that to be the case. I think it's very interesting that code words are used throughout this, and then J is named without any even subtlety. It's almost like a warning, if you will. And that's my take on people that are saying that it's AI. I believe it could be, but I genuinely believe that has been purposely put out there as a message from the Diddy camp, and that's my take. So apologies for
Can I piggyback onto that?
Hell yeah.
I feel the same way about Kim Porter's book. I know that there are certain excerpts from that are absolutely real. I also know that there was a bunch of competing narratives that were spinning things in certain directions that would give the Diddler a little break. They're doing a lot of that, and I think people need to pay attention to the fact that even people like Courtney Burgess need to start explaining how he got those tapes that you have, sir. The tape that now New York Post is reporting who gave them to you. Because what I do know, Courtney, is this. No one can ever speak accurately about what happened between Kimberly Porter and Albert Brown Sr., other than the two of them. Not even their son. There is a history so deep there that I know neither one of them has ever shared. And even Albert, it'll be 6 years since Kim is gone. And certain things regarding the two of them never speak about. So anyone that can say, I'm avenging Kim and I'm doing this and I'm getting justice for her, if you're attacking the only man that she ever married and the only man I believe she ever truly loved, in her death, she would have never wanted anyone to do that to Albert. Never. She didn't let anybody attack him in life, and she certainly would not have wanted him attacked in his death. Well, in her death. People got to start paying attention to motives. And who benefits when something big and crazy comes out. Kim Porter would have never wanted Albie Shore's name disgraced in any way, shape, or form. And anyone who said that that is what she wanted did not know her, and they are lying. It's sad, because it's the same thing that they did with the Bible. They took a bunch of very real things that God put down here for us, and then they shrouded in a bunch of propaganda and foolishness to keep everybody chasing their tail forever. And guess what? It's working. It's still working.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Like, I'm so sick and tired of hearing You know, that's another thing that's bothering me. Why is the church not being held more accountable? Because the church is involved in all of this as well. They're just as bad as any other fraternity.
We just had a landmark case in LA, $860 million for reparations to victims of the Catholic Church.
I'm about to make a whole bunch of inappropriate gestures.
All right.
Are
Okay.
you kidding me?
No,
Almost $1 billion of pain.
Oh, listen, I'm not saying it justifies it. I'm just saying a win's a win, okay? And it's a rarity.
I'm not saying that it's not a win.
Yeah.
I'm saying how much crap did you people did that your apology is almost $1 billion.
Oh man, yeah. Like, yes, fully get your point now.
I'm glad that there is a settlement, but you want to know what's sad? I bet you the people that got it the worst are going to get the smallest check.
Yeah, it's
You
no
can't
justice.
monetize trauma
No, you can't.
and think you're ever going to get an accurate anything. It's so weird. I'll never forget when the lawsuit first hit with Cassie. And people ask me, you don't think it's a money grab? She got 30 million, whoopsie whoopsie whoop. And I said, that's it? That's it?
Yeah.
30 million, that's it? Yeah, she got paid. She didn't get paid. She barely got reimbursed. People aren't thinking about how much counseling she's going to need for the rest of her life.
Yeah.
People are going to think about how much marriage counseling her and her husband are going to need to make sure that their relationship doesn't erode because of all of her trauma. How much money is she going to have to spend on private security for the rest of her life? With the right team, that 30 million is gone in 6 years. Am I wrong?
Probably not.
She didn't get no money. She deserves every victim deserves billions.
Yeah.
There's not enough money in the world to properly pay anybody for their hurt.
I agree.
You know, thank God that they're getting some restitution and they can create some kind of happiness. But I don't care how much money you get. If you're sitting down at the table and the table costs $100,000 and you're in a house that costs $10 million, the dinner spread costs $25,000. There's no point in time in that so-called great moment that you're not going to acknowledge that somebody at that table got hurt to get it.
Yeah.
You can't put a price on the trauma. And look how much the Catholic Church is worth. Trillions, isn't it?
Yeah, once again, it's like picking out $100. You know?
Breadcrumbs.
Y'all couldn't pony up $10 billion? All those sins people paid for. And y'all couldn't do better than that?
You nailed it, yeah.
You know, and that's the thing. People hear, oh, a settlement, and you really think that that's real money split up between probably 200,000 people?
I can't remember the exact number. Yeah. You know, you can't repeat it enough that you can't put a price on trauma. And financial repercussions, but not repercussions. Reparations, thank you. It never lines up with it all. But as you said, a lot of these people will go on to do a lot of good.
And God bless them. And God bless them. God bless them, but even still, look at what it costs.
100%.
Look at what it costs. And that's why, you know, people like yourself, people like me, and now I'm getting to learn people like Sean. These are invaluable conversations. Because there's someone listening right now.
Let us work together
The viewers are demanding that we get to some of their questions.
Oh, right. Sassy. Sassy.
Thank you, viewers. There's hundreds of them coming. We'll do as many as possible. So one of the common themes in the questions is about the Shine getting paid off, the J-Lo, the shootout at the nightclub. Your thoughts on that one?
I think his payment came on the back end when he had no choice. If you want to ask me, in my opinion, Shine was completely set up, and he was the last person to know that he was the fall guy. I can tell you for a fact that I know he was still defending Diddy up until his trial, until people started getting on the stand and saying things very different than what actually happened. You want to know what I find interesting now that we're talking about Shine? Let's also talk about Natanya Rubin.
I should have expected you.
Who was the victim, or one of the victims in that awful nightclub incident. Natanya Rubin said for a fact that she knew it wasn't Shine. But J-Lo testified that it was, even though she never got on the stand.
If we share our strengths, we can...
A bunch of celebrities said that that woman, who was not intoxicated, who was pow-pow in the face, was a liar. Now, China's a diplomat. And Diddy has been doing a lot of big money business with Belize. I mean, did he get compensated after the fact? Yeah.
The soldiers have been
He
making
didn't
a
know.
fuss, so
He found out late, just like everybody else did. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, the Shine case feels so much like the Tory Lanez case.
Above the law. Question from Yvonne. Was Jag at Diddy's 29th birthday to Puff Daddy's Black and White Ball in 1998?
No, I did not go. 1998, at that moment I was in Paris.
Okay. Claudia, what's up with the Kardashians?
They're witches. Their mother's a witch. And I have reason to believe their grandmother was a witch.
Oh yeah, they're
Their
generational.
grandmother also wanted to be a big starlet. She just didn't have it.
That's generations of mastering the harnessing of mass worship energy.
Yeah.
Because when we look at, I was talking about this last week, Jaguar, when we talk about a traditional religious worship, you go to church, you go to your deity, and you project positive affirmations of love and thanks and all this stuff. But really, what is the difference between sitting at a computer looking at the Kardashians' Instagram, putting all this positive energy out to this deity or this figure? There's something to do with mass worship that is being manipulated by the 1%, 100%.
Hive mind.
Hive mind, yeah.
They are the board. I'm sorry that.
Next gen, my G, love that.
We will touch you, and you will be one of us. We are the board.
I mean, I'll give you 10 out of 10.
Diddy's different than
Yeah, I'm with you. I'll give you 10 out of 10 for public speaking and like a solid 3 out of 10 for board impression. All right, but I mean, I'm with you 100%. It is like that. The hive mind is exactly. But is it mass hypnosis? Is it worship? Is it
and it's also that mob. What's the exact terminology for it? But it was hive mind, but it's also called something when the mob, the energy of a mob takes over.
What was it? There you go.
Crowd, yeah. So, if we know that the more energy you pack pointed in one direction can create a ripple effect in the actual world, why are we not looking at Astroworld again? It was not a thorough enough investigation of Astroworld.
Yeah.
And when you think about Astroworld, rewind the clock 25 years, how is that any different in that awful concert that the Diddlers threw that took all of those lives in New York that he promoted.
Yeah, 9 people, right, crushed to death in a stairway because they wouldn't open a
And
door,
guess what?
right?
Wasn't it about 9 people that passed away at Travis's concert as well?
I'll carefully conserve my strength and then
Ooh. Not only that, when Travis was being ostracized, and when he came out to Coachella, it was Diddy that said, "Oh, guys, come on, let him be a part of it."
So, are you saying there were subtle references to consuming someone's soul in the astral world marketing? Because I'm seeing some subtle references here. Yeah. It's crazy.
Does the astral world go into the tunnels? Because the next common question is about your thoughts on the tunnels.
Well, if we're going to talk about tunnels, we need to talk about the fact that there's all kinds of tunnels and underground life that happens above the surface here in the United States. And I can say that for a fact because I've seen it with my own eyes. Period. It is real. There is an underworld and there is a subculture that happens out of plain sight. There's a reason why certain crimes happen and people just vanish into thin air and no one sees them. They never pop up on any kind of CCTV or camera. You know, there's a grouping of tunnels in Central Texas underneath 6 major prisons, all within about 20 square mile radius, and those tunnels connect to each prison. So if they want to move someone in case of a riot or get a warden out or whatever, they can move them safely to another facility and then they can. Why don't people believe that all of this is real? I do not know why. But someone attached to the Combs enterprise, I believe a former bodyguard, just bought 40 acres of land not that long ago on the border of the Gulf of Mexico.
Nothing suspicious about that, Jaguar, okay? Nothing suspicious about an alleged people transporter buying land.
You know what I also find very interesting?
All of this, Jaguar.
Nobody's asking, are they new tunnels? Or were they the tunnels that El Chapo built that were abandoned after he died?
Very well. Have your order crafted in good time.
Oh, it definitely makes more sense to
Why
move
is nobody talking about the fact that everyone's acting like the El Chapo tunnels just disappeared after he was arrested and they're not in use?
Yeah. It makes more sense to move to where the tunnels are than to build your own tunnels, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean?
Those tunnels under those houses in Beverly Hills have been there for decades, before Diddy was born. Now, in order to have an intricate system of tunnels like that working underneath the community, that would mean certain people could only know that they existed. That means you would have to lie or on the blueprints to your house for renovations. You couldn't be able to tell a real estate agent what's going on because they would have to disclose to whoever they're selling to, which means this is a very, very, very organized secret society.
Understatement.
Like, it's not like the Beverly Hillbillies where Diddy just went and found a house in Beverly Hills and just, moved in and got lucky and found a trafficking tunnel. And he said, oh my God, what's in the way? Like, no, that's not what that were. He bought that house because he knew the access that came along with it.
I felt certain I would find you.
Of course.
Which means someone told him that house had access that came along with it.
I would even go one step further. I would say all these properties are controlled by this cabal And it was just Diddy's time to move into that. It was just his time to take the position up there, because you know for a fact, this is prime. If you're a people smuggler, you want to be owning all the properties with the tunnels. Do you know what I'm saying? There ain't no, oh well, that was good for a while. I know we're the 1% and got all the billions. That slipped through our fingers. Do you see what I'm saying? So I'm fully on board with that, Jaguar, 100%.
Yeah, I'm surprised that OJ, if he did what he did over there, why he didn't jump in a trunk? Why did he just ride away? You telling me he didn't know the people that know the trunk?
Listen, OJ got not guilty. Nothing should surprise you about OJ. Okay, nothing.
You know what surprises me even more than that? That the actual convicted serial killer who was their grounds worker, who was working there, and it had a good grumpy exchange with Nicole and her boyfriend just days before that happened, was never done.
Yeah, okay. That's suspicious. I'm with you there.
But if it's the guy that's always by the wood chipper. Like, I'm just like, you know, if I'm a cop and I'm coming to a brutal double homicide, and I'm like, you know, going through a list of everyone that works in the house and comes through the house, I think one of the first people I would want to question would be the convicted serial killer.
Do you know how good you are at this stuff? Yeah. You know how good you are at this, Jaguar. In less than 30 seconds, you've convinced me OG didn't do it. Okay, I'm just saying that's how good you are at this. All right.
I'm just saying. I don't know.
I'm just saying.
That's kind of like how Me Too, they did that thorough investigation with all of those brilliant minds. And the only people they found were Harvey Weinstein and Dave. I mean, I'm sorry, they didn't find Diddy. Harvey Weinstein and R. Kelly, they just did. That's fine, yeah.
The next most common question is about Kamala, celebrity endorsements for Kamala, Beyonce, Eminem. Your thoughts on all that? And Paula M, did the celebrity blackmail with you take for Kamala? Okay. Lots on Kamala though, you got tons of questions.
I'm sure. She's a liar. And she went to Howard.
Very well.
And she was around at the time that Diddy and Mark Barnes were the kings of get high, get drunk, and get you know what at a Diddy Howard party. I'm still not understanding how she's a candidate running for president as a woman who so-called cares about our, you know, biological rights and our maternal rights and all of this and all of that, but you have nothing to say about the fact that your alma mater gave this predator an honorary degree. You have nothing to say about that. Is it just me, or has she had nothing to say about that intersection in her history? She remembers working at McDonald's, even though McDonald's doesn't, but she doesn't remember any interaction with coffee parties. Like, it's just, I don't know, maybe it was all the weed that she smoked in college, where she did inhale and listen to Snoop Dogg and Tupac's albums before they had record deals. Like, I don't understand.
Did you hear what Trump was saying about her on Joe Rogan the other day?
I haven't listened to the Joe Rogan yet. What did he say?
Exactly what you're saying. She's got nothing to say. It's all wind. It's just nothingness.
Well, I can't be mad at him. I mean, this is the thing. I can't stand Donald Trump as a person. I think he's a total scumbag. But as a businessman, I have to respect somebody that can command the business space and the financial space the way that he does. I also know that he's a true American patriot as well. And when I say a true American patriot, I don't mean it in the politically correct way. I mean it in the get rich or die trying way. Like, Donald Trump was 50 Cent before 50 Cent. You know? So, I just find it interesting that for the first time he's telling the absolute truth, because he really does care about the welfare and the well-being of all of the horrible things that might befall our country very realistically and very soon with the right leadership.
I had every faith our paths would cross again, Arisen.
Like at the end of the day, we don't have to like either candidate. They can both be scumbags. We need the person that's worried about the best outcome for our country. And I don't see how someone who endorses Beyonce and has Beyonce
I'm well glad to be traveling by your side.
tied to witchcraft on more than several occasions. I don't see how you can ask for a Christian vote when you're running around with devils. I don't see how you can have someone with questionable everything in their background, like Megan Thee Stallion, come and twerk for America and ask and think that you deserve the black vote. I don't understand it. We actually have real African American candidates. Dr. Cornel West and Dr. Melina Abdullah from Black Lives Matter. They're actually running, and no one in the black community is talking about them at all. And no black entertainers have tried to endorse them outside of myself.
Do you not think, though, that this is by design? We're falling into their trap right now by being in a conversation that creates division? Because really, do these people even have any decision-making powers? Is the cabal running all?
We're already there.
And prefer to remain by your side.
Say that again.
The demonic National Convention is full of shit.
Oh yeah, I don't know what that is, but I fully agree.
Well, you know that I've changed the name of the DNC to the Demonic National Convention.
Okay.
The Democrats wrong. It's Labour and Conservative.
Yeah, we went over my capability with words at the start of this, right?
But you gotta understand this though.
Yeah.
Kamala said something very interesting at one of her rallies the other day. She was talking about how these Trump supporters who were pro-life came and they were heckling her. And so she starts being, snotty and mean girly. And she says, well, you're at the wrong rally. You're supposed to be at the smaller rally down the street. And she meant it to be a jab, to say that the size of her rally was bigger than Trump. And she was trying to do a Donald Trump on Trump. But I don't think she actually realized what she really said.
Yeah.
See, in the Bible, it talks about God's people being a remnant people. And it is the Sabbath, so Shabbat Shalom. God's people are a remnant people. It says that the people who will fight against God and ultimately lose in the end of this part of life will be from God to Magog. That means from one end of the earth to the other. It said that the people in the army to go against God are going to outnumber grains of sand on a beach. That means everybody. So if God's people is a remnant people, then that means that they would be the smaller rallies down the street, wouldn't it? When the devil gets to run in his mouth, sometimes he tells the truth. You are absolutely right, Kamala. I do believe that Donald Trump is worried about God's agenda a little bit more than you are. And yeah, he might have had the smaller rally down the street. But maybe that's just because that's what God's people are. The remnant are.
Yeah.
But I do know that people are following the demonic national convention down the wrong path in droves because celebrities show up and shake their ass in the name of democracy because witches show up and can't even get their husbands to appear with them.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, I think this is the only year where we're not judging success by the amount of people that turn up to rallies, but by how many assassination attempts you survive. And I think I just want to say, Trump nailed it. Nailed it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the thing. I feel, does anyone else feel like this is the most low-key American presidential election ever? Like, I've never felt so...
Low-key? I honestly think they're still trying to find ways to skip it.
I mean, the only reason I'm saying that is it's just, I feel like I've had nothing.
We have started hella late, and we've had no great debate.
Do you think that's maybe because they expected, like, Trump's head to explode in front of a bunch of people, and that
I
derailed
think
the time a
people
little
are
bit?
looking for how to either get the 25th Amendment or martial law to pop into place.
Okay.
I think we're about to, the rubber's about to meet the road, baby. Let's just be honest. Y'all know the whispers of a one world system.
Question from Kaz. Ask Jaguar how much of Hollywood is involved in this.
All of it.
You told us that last time. I learned that last time from you, okay?
All of it.
Yes, all of it.
We've got a Corey Feldman interview coming on in the next couple of days, and he breaks that down as well. Yeah, pretty bad.
See, the thing is, you have Jaguar Wright and Corey Feldman and Andrew Brown and you have Dame Dash. You have people